Now we do have the Year 10 single scull lining up at the start here. The progression with this race is as a heat, 1, 2, 3, and 4 will progress to the final, plus the next fastest cruise. So we do have a 9-lane race. So they will find the next fastest between heat 1 and 2. Will also progress with the first, second, third, and fourth places from both heat 1 and 2. And that will give us a 9-race final later in the day.
Well, thanks, Pete, and good afternoon, everyone. As Pete mentioned, my name is Michael McRae, and I will also be one of your commentators for this afternoon. Lining up now, which is race 1 on our program this afternoon at the 2,000 metre mark. At the start of the race course here at the Regatta Centre, we have Heat 1 assembling on the line of the Schoolboy Year 10 single scull. Just to run through the field before we get underway this afternoon, we've got a jam-packed schedule ahead. In lane 2 from Marist College is Jesse Rosen. In lane 3 from St. Augustine's is Joe Lynch. In lane 4 from Hunter Valley Grammar is Alex Patton. In lane 5 from Fort Street High is Connor Greenwood. In lane 6 from St. Aloysius is Zach McPherson. And in lane 7 from Penrith High is Timothy Quinn. Now, in terms of the coaches for this afternoon, we have a couple of coaches coming in from the club scene to step into school roles. So I know that Judith and Matthias Ungermark down at Mossman Rowing Club play a large role in coaching the St. Augustine's program. So they'll be fierce competitors, as they always are. And likewise, Daniel Waddell, Victoria Trevitt, and Amy Wagner are down there at the Nepean Rowing Club and do plenty of coaching just down the road at Nepean Rowing Club. And so Timothy Quinn from Penrith High, coached by that team there. By the looks of things, we're just assembling on the start line now. It's the first heat, the first race of the afternoon. It's the Schoolboy Year 10 single scull. Just to casting my eye over the field, it looks as though we have some return competitors from certainly the state championships from a couple of weeks ago. In particular, I do remember Joe Lynch from St. Augustine's, who has performed rather well in the, I believe the under-17 single scull, Pete. He performed well a couple of weeks ago when we called his race.
Yes, we did. Race 159, Michael.
You've got a good memory.
Fantastic race to watch.
And looks as though we are just moments away, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you for joining us this afternoon for the New South Wales Schoolboy Head of the River. Just to run through some quick reminders before race 1 gets underway, please do ensure that you've used the Services New South Wales app to check into the Regatta Centre this afternoon. Please do ensure if you are a spectator that you remain on the southern bank or within your allocated area. And please just be mindful of social distancing, and please don't roam around the park unless it's necessary, just to make sure that we all have a safe afternoon.
Sorry, lane 4, can you pull them back about 20
well said, Michael. And as we line up here, it does look like we have a very similar start list to what we had a little while ago, I believe, at State Champs, with Jesse Rosen, Joe Lynch, Alex Patton, not to be confused with Alec Patterson, Michael, different person, Connor Greenwood, Zach McPherson, and Timothy Quinn.
Hunter Valley
Now,
Grammar,
this was very similar to the
Fort
one at
Street
race
High,
159 we were talking
St.
about earlier.
Aloysius, Penrith High. Attention.
And the guys are underway. It's race 1, the first heat of the Schoolboy Year 10 single scull. It does appear as though it is lane 5. That's Connor Greenwood from Fort Street High, who is might have just opened up an early lead on the rest of the field. But look, Pete, it's way too early to say at this point. They're coming up to the 250 metres, as you can see on your screen. I should mention good afternoon to all our live stream audience members. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. It's a great pleasure for Pete and I to bring you the commentary, even if you can't join us here physically at the Regatta Centre this afternoon. But thanks to the team at Rowing New South Wales and to Bont Rowing, who is our major sponsor of our live stream facilities this afternoon. So it's a great thing in this day and age to be able to bring you the action of the regatta from wherever you may be.
Right, you are, Michael. Yeah, it was a fantastic live stream. We also saw a similar setup with the AA GPS head of the river. But yeah, Bont Rowing, a fantastic company down there, run by Istvan, who you can go have a chat with him. He will be down, I believe, outside the canteen there. But yeah, Michael, as we come through to this very nice live stream, it looks on the screen there like Joe Lynch.
I think it's Joe Lynch.
I think it might be Joe Lynch. Now he looks like he's rowing quite well along there. It does look like, from the angle we see here, he's got an early lead, but it might be that one of the lane 5 rowers might still have that lead. We'll see as we come past 250.
That's right, Pete. So Joe Lynch in the colours of St. Augustine's College and in a red Wintec. I think it's either a Wintec or Philippi, I can't quite tell. But look, Joe Lynch looking relatively calm at this stage of the race. Coming through the 500 metres now, he's looking as though he's just doing a little bit easy at this point, asserting a length or so lead over the rest of the field in 2nd, 3rd and 4th. I believe that's Jesse Rosen from Marist College, Connor Greenwood, and I think it might be in lane 6, Zach McPherson. Now those 4 scullers are at the front of our field here this afternoon, race 1. So it'll be interesting to see how this race ends up playing out. As we say, Joe Lynch in a commanding position at this point in the race, but we've spoken about, you and I, Pete, the transition that these young rowers will make from 1K racing and junior racing to racing over 2,000 metres, and certainly that's a transition made around year 10, under 17 age group. So this is something that the guys will be getting used to.
Yeah, so as you said, Mike, with that transition, it's probably a good decision from Joe here to just take it a little bit easier, especially coming into this 2K racing. It does tend to happen that, as you see the splits from racing from the younger years, you get a quicker time to the 1,000 than you do from the 1,000 to the 2,000, whereas as you get a bit older, it tends to even out a little bit more as you get used to that 2K racing. So good tactics from Joe Lynch here as he's rating about 28, looks like, maybe a bit less, 26.
Should mention as well, Pete, it's the first heat, and the first 4 scullers will progress through to the final in race 11. So it should be noted that these guys are going to have to perform a relatively quick turnaround, and so you would think that our top 4 scullers, if they assert their position early in the race, are just going to cruise through, because this is a heat. It's not for the silverware in this race. So you would think the guys are doing it a little bit easier at this point. We can just see on our screen now of the live stream Joe Lynch and Jesse Rosen of St. Augustine's and Marist College, Canberra, respectively. And now just moving into the field there, you can see Connor Greenwood from Fort Street High as well. And looks like we might have seen a change in our placings, Pete, as we come through to the 1,000 metre mark.
Yeah, and Michael, as you were saying, race 11 is at 3:45, so it's about an hour's turnaround, which really isn't a lot for 2K racing. And looks like those 4 that have just passed the 1,000 will be our leaders. So that last one, it looked like was lane 2 there, Marist College, Jesse Rosen, will be our last progressor in this race.
So Pete, just as casting my eyes over the course from the vantage point of the commentary tower up here, it does look as though we have relatively flat conditions this afternoon, though it does look as though there is a whisper of a head breeze blowing straight down the course. So it might be that we have a little bit of resistance for our scullers in the last 500 metres of the race. But look, that said, it's a fairly safe bet for our first 4 scullers through to the final. At this point, that's Jesse Rosen, Joe Lynch, Connor Greenwood, and Zach McPherson. As far as I can tell, those 4 scullers are going to progress through to the final.
Yeah, Michael, it looks like lanes, it might be Penrith High, it might be lane 7, it might there be lane 6, Zach McPherson. Either way, you can see out of those 2, there still would be a push to get a quick time, as the next fastest sculler will go through to the final as well. So the next fastest sculler, meaning the quickest time done in the Schoolboy Year 10 single Heat 2 or Heat 1 will also progress, leaving us with 9 finalists.
So coming through the 1,500 metres now, Pete, it is Zach McPherson from St Aloysius who has asserted a lead over the rest of the field at this point. It's not a very large lead, and the scullers, again, they're not going to burn the bickies at this point of the event. As we've mentioned, they've got a final coming up, so it will be those 4 through to the final, save in the event of a disaster. And the guys look as though they're doing it fairly easily at this point.
Yeah, Michael, it does look like they're aware of that. They're just relaxing a little bit, sort of taking the rate down. Might be a little push for the line from some of them just for a race for lanes, but it looks like they're very aware that they've got a race in an hour. The first 4 know that they're going to be in, bar a disaster. So I think they will just ease it home here. As you see, it looks like Alex Patton and Timothy Quinn will be our 2 racers that will be fighting for the fastest time between the Year 10 single scull Heat 1 and 2.
Just as the guys approach the line now, it will be look as though it's lane 6, Zach McPherson. He's got his nose in front at this point of the race. Our top 4 scullers, Pete, look as though they're doing it very easily and looking great as they do so in this the first heat of the Schoolboy Year 10 single scull.
And a great hype crew there for Joe Lynch on the sideline. So good work, lads. Great work from the St Augustine's guys and girls down there as Joe Lynch comes in second, Zach McPherson in first, and it will be Jesse Rosen in third place. To finalise the qualifiers for now is Connor Greenwood. And it will be a race for times. I believe it looks like it will be Timothy Quinn who will be in 5th place. And from that we'll get a time that maybe a qualifying time depending on how Heat 2 goes.
So that's Timothy Quinn coming over the line now from Penrith High. Well done, Timothy.
And finalising the field now, and unfortunately just missing out on the final, will be Alex Patton from Hunter Valley Grammar, coached by Rowan Hillsop and Prentice Bond.
So Pete, we're turning our attention now to race 2, which is the second heat of the Schoolboy Year 10 single scull. The progression is as race 1, so the first 4 scullers, my apologies, will progress through to the final in race 11. So in lane 2, from Newcastle Grammar, we have Patrick Stanley, coached by Amos Noon. In lane 3, from St Andrews College, Mariong, is Hezekiah Mao, coached by Daniel Waddell and Jason Waddell. In lane 4 from Penrith High is Alex Vella, coached by Daniel and Jason Waddell and Victoria Trevitt. In lane 5 from Cranbrook is Callum Dunn. In lane 6 from Camaragal High is Lachlan Fraser, coached by Judith Ungermark. And round out the field in lane 7 from Northern Beaches Secondary is Zane McGregor, coached by Kieran Kabelki. And so Pete, just to cast my eyes over the draw for this race, it does look as though we have a couple of, we have entries from Lachlan Fraser from Camaragal High and Zane McGregor from Northern Beaches Secondary, and those two guys look, it might be that they're both based out of the Mossman Rowing Club down there with the Ungermark clan, the Ungermark rowing family, who do a great job down there at Mossman to nurture young talent.
Yeah, Michael, and the Northern Beach Secondary College coach there, Kieran Kabelki, a member of the quad in 2014 with Reese Grant, Chris Morgan, and Cam Girdlestone. And I know Cam Girdlestone's still down at the NTC doing a great job, and coming through the 1500 metre mark, sorry, it is Zane McGregor, who is coached there by Kieran Kabelki. So very fortunate to have such a distinguished coach, and obviously doing a fantastic job as he is leading this race in a time of 6:27.84 in first place, followed by Patrick Stanley. And similarly to Heat 1, it will be the first 4 progressing, followed by the next fastest crew. So the other heat was one in 8:55, I believe it was, Michael. And this race is looking quite quick, actually. And we do have five athletes here in the main field, so it will look like, depending on what time is here by Zane McGregor, it will be interesting to see what athlete progresses through to the final.
That's right, Pete. I think through the 1500 metre mark, we had Stanley, Dunn, Fraser, and McGregor, not necessarily in that order, but those 4 not particularly under any kind of duress that would exclude them from the final at this point. So it will be a fairly steady row, you would think, perhaps into the 2000 metres here.
And Michael, coming through the last 100 metres, it will be the Northern Beaches Secondary Zane McGregor, coached by Kieran Kabelki, rowing very well. You can see he does look like he's got quite a good pedigree there for the sport, but he's Closely followed there by what looks like, I believe, Newcastle Grammar in lane 2.
Lane 2, Patrick
Yeah,
Stanley
Patrick
it is,
Stanley.
yes.
And quite a close race for the heat there. It will be 8:47 the time won by Zane McGregor, so slightly faster than the other heat. However, the spread there is also a bit bigger. So 1 second behind would be Patrick Stanley, and a further 8.6 behind, about 10 seconds total from Zane McGregor, will be Callum Dunn.
And to round out the hour of progressors for this afternoon, it's Lachlan Fraser from Camaragal High in lane 6 who will round out the field. Just sprinting over the line there is lane 4, Alex Vella from Penrith High, and sadly, Alex will not progress unless he is the next fastest crew, as per the race progression on your program.
Yep, which it looks like he might, from the looks of things, Michael, I would guess that he was the next fastest. Might have to go to the judges and look that one up, but looks like Alex Vella might just be able to progress through through that fastest, next fastest progression system.
And Pete, just assembling on the line now is race 5, because we've had race 3 and 4, which is the Schoolboy second quad consolidated. So just to turn our attention now to race 5, it is the first heat of the Schoolboy single scull. So the progression is as the year 10 single scull. That is, the first 4 crews will progress, in addition to the first next fastest crew after that. So to run through the athletes in this first heat, in lane 2, from Redlands, my apologies, is Vinkes Lapinskas, coached by Lisa McDonald. In lane 3 from Knox Grammar is Gabriel Carmody, coached by Brendan Longman. In lane 4 from Newcastle Grammar is Benjamin Roberts, coached by Amos Noon. In lane 5 from Penrith Anglican is Hugh Harold, coached by Daniel Waddell and Jason Waddell. In lane 6 from Radford College is Oliver Bailey. In lane 7 from Northern Beaches Secondary is Alan Perry, coached by Kieran Kabelki. And we have a scratching from lane 8, that's Maris College's Thomas Newham. It looks as though our boat race officials are just about to get race 5 underway, Pete. Just looks as though the wind is changing direction awfully slightly just up this end of the course. But casting our eyes down the course, we can see that it's fairly flat and the athletes are being treated to fairly calm conditions this afternoon. And as race 5 gets underway, it does look as though Hugh Harold from Penrith Anglican has asserted a very early lead over the rest of the field. Hugh Harold, you'll note, Pete, is one of a rather capable young man sculling down there at Nepean Rowing Club under the care of Daniel Waddell and Jason Waddell. And I've certainly watched his name kind of come up and up over the past couple of years, and
Yeah.
so he'll be fairly stern competition, you would think. That's Hugh Harold from Penrith Anglican in lane 5 of this race, as will be Alan Perry from Northern Beaches Secondary, who is coached by Kieran Kabelki.
Yeah, Michael, and just quickly bringing it back to the Schoolboy Year 10 single scull progression. So the first 4 of each heat goes through, and then the next fastest crew. Did look like in race 1, Timothy Quinn was 5th place with a time of 9:50, and in race 2, Alex Vella was 5th place in a time of 9:17. So it will be Alex Vella from Penrith High to be the last progressor through to the final. So congratulations, Alex and Penrith High.
Pete, the guys have come through the 500 metre mark at this point and just approaching the 1,000 metres in the next 30 seconds or so. It does look to be, from a cursory look, that it's Gabriel Carmody from Knox Grammar who is asserting a lead at this stage of the race. There's plenty to play for, but that said, it's the first 4 through to the final, so the guys aren't racing for anything in this race. They're racing for a spot or racing for lanes in the final, which is in race 20, which is in about an hour's time.
Yeah, Michael, and you are right.
It's Gabriel Carmody.
It does look like Gabriel Carmody. And it will be a similar progression rate, the first 4 and then the next fastest crew. But it does, as you said, Michael, look like Gabriel Carmody. Followed by, that looked like lane 5, Hugh Harold, I believe.
That's right. So I think it was Carmody first through the 1,000 metre mark, followed by Lipinskis from Redlands, Harold from Penrith Anglican. I just didn't catch our last
I didn't catch the last
athlete through
yeah.
the 1,000 metres.
And then it would have been Alan Perry, I believe, there coming through in 5th place. And 6th looked like Oliver Bailey there. I might be can stand corrected there. We'll see as they come through the 1,500 and get a little bit closer to the grandstand. But there is a good peloton following this group. Good bunch of coaches cheering on their athletes.
Coming up to the 1,500 metres metre stage of the race is lane 3, Knox Grammar's Gabriel Carmody. Now he's coached by Brendan Longman, who, Pete, I understand is also a coach at the Sydney Rowing Club down there in Abbotsford. And Carmody's come across the line, at the 1,500 metre line that is, in a time of 6:21. He's closely pursued by Lipinskis from Redlands, and it's fairly close now between lane 5, Hugh Harold, and Oliver Bailey in lane 6 of Radford College. We should mention, Pete, the fair contingent of Territorians here today from Radford College and Morris College, Canberra. So welcome to the Regatta Centre this afternoon. It's great to have you.
Yep, there is. It's fantastic to see such a showing from different places, different states, albeit a close state, but a different one all the same. So it's great to see the ACT guys coming out here and having a crack at the Schoolboy single scull and the Schoolboy racing here. So yeah, Michael, as you said, it looks like it will be Gabriel Carmody, coached by Brendan Longman, an old Penrith Cup veteran for both Western Australia and Tasmania over the years. But doing a fantastic job here with this young man, Gabriel Carmody, who will lead this race, will lead this heat with about a length's lead here over the Redlands sculler. That would be Vinkus, coached by Lisa McDonald.
Well, that's right, Pete. And the athletes really are being treated to some immaculate conditions here in the last 100 metres of the race. Lipinskis from Redlands just lifting his rate of striking all so slightly. But Gabriel Carmody will win this race, short of a disaster in the last couple of strokes. And he's doing it fairly easily. And just a warm-up race, you would think, for the final in race 20, which we'll look forward to. Carmody in first place, followed by Lipinskis from Redlands. And it'll be Hugh Harold in lane 5 from Penrith Anglican, followed by Oliver Bailey from Radford College in lane 6. And so congratulations, gentlemen, on your progression to the final.
Yep, and that will be the first 4 definite cemented finalists. We will have a race here from the Northern Beaches Secondary, Alan Perry, who will be in 5th place now. Alan's time here will be important to see if he is the final progressor. But Alan Perry there crossing the line in 5th place. And just narrowly missing out here is Newcastle Grammar Scholar Benjamin Roberts, coached by Amos Noon.
So congratulations to those guys. We'll see you in the final in the not too distant future. And Pete, we're just going to turn our attention now back down the course. It's race 6, which is the second heat of the Schoolboy Single Scull. The progression is the same. It'll be in lane 2 from Castle Hill High, William Spears. And he's coached by Daniel Waddell and Jason Waddell. So you would think that young William is one of the guys down in the Nepean Rowing Club squad. In lane 3 from Mossman is Callum Fairbairn, coached by Bjarni Ungermark. In lane 4 from McCarthy Catholic is Liam Taylor, coached by Charlotte Toos-Cutler and Lindsay Callahan and Chad Palmer. In lane 5 is Lewis Mills from Northern Beaches Secondary. In lane 6 from St Augustine's is Kyle Brown, coached by Judith Ungermark. In lane 7 from Mossman High is Evan Lloyd, also coached by Judith Ungermark. And rounding out the field from Canberra Grammar is Rufus Walsh, coached by Alan Carey.
Yeah, Michael, and the Ungermarks have a good showing in this race 6. It looks like the coaching staff.
It's a mother-son coaching.
A mother-son coaching arrangement. It is. Which will be fantastic to watch. But then also you do have some really good high-level coaches. Realistically, in all of these crews, you've got the Waddells. We talked earlier about Kieran Kabelke, who did a fantastic job as an athlete and is now coaching some very competent crews. The Ungermarks.
Certainly Lindsay Callahan as well, Pete's been around the block many times before you and I were born.
Yep, exactly. And Judith and Bjarni Ungermark, as well as Matthias Ungermark, doing a fantastic job out of Mossman.
Well, that's right, Pete. It looks as though their man Kyle Brown is in the lead of this race.
Yeah.
He's in lane 6 in the green and gold of St Augustine's, and we've spoken about this before, Pete, but that school producing many competent young rowers, including our very own Sean Murphy.
Yes, Sean Murphy, the man himself, doing a fantastic job now on the world stage. Michael, the 3rd place in the World Cup, I believe that was, last year, and just before the COVID outbreak happened. Done a fantastic job there after having quite a serious injury on his back, having an accident in the warm-up lake. But moving our attention back here to the Schoolboy Single, as you said, Michael, it will be Kyle Brown, coached by Judith Ungermark, out of St Augustine's.
Well, that's right, Pete. It's Brown, Taylor, Lloyd and Mills in that order at the moment who will progress through to the final. Again, it is that mysterious last place. Well, we don't know who is going to take that last place. It might be any one of our competitors to steal that last place. It's just going to depend on time.
Yep, and it looks like Rufus Walsh had about a 12-second margin there, Michael, and I believe it was Alan Perry had probably around a 17-second margin at the end. I'll have to double-check. I'll fact-check myself on that. But it looks like, assuming that the heats will be the same speed, it looks like will be quite an interesting race, the final section. We'll keep you updated on who the progressors are. But at this point, the first 4 seem to be quite cemented.
That's right, and Brown's doing it fairly easily here. And he's looking good as he's doing it. His rate of striking is a little bit high than that of Gabriel Carmody, who won the first heat. And Brown's wearing a distinctive backwards yellow cap by the looks of things, and it might be that that's on brand for him, I don't know. But he's looking good in any case. Kyle Brown from St Augustine's College. He will win the second heat of the Schoolboy Single Scull.
Yeah, Michael, it's the downforce from the cap for sure, but Carl
That's
Brown, as
right.
you said, fantastic job, fantastic row. He will win, coached by Judith Ungermark. And second place, I believe here, Michael, will go to lane 4 now. That is Liam Taylor. So fantastic work there. And now the time we're looking for, 9:13 was the 5th progression time in Heat 1, the final progression time. So 5th place will need to beat 9:13.
And it's just a close race here
It will
for
be a
that
close race.
fourth. Gee whiz, that's close.
That will, looks like, be lane 3. So it was Rufus Walsh, rode through there by Callum Fairbairn, and we will see what the time is there for those lads. And it will be Callum from Mossman, time of 8:52, as opposed to race 5's 9:13. So our final progressor into the final will be Mossman's Callum Fairbairn, coached by Bjarni Ungermark. So the Ungermarks having a good showing here in the finals. Now, exciting time, Michael. We are coming to the time of the day we've all been waiting for, 3:10. Now, 3:10 does mean that it is going to be the start of 1K racing. So we've moved from the year 10, 11, and 12 races, which are 2K, and we're coming to the Schoolboy Year 9 second Coxed Quad Scull. That is a mouthful, but that is a 1 kilometre race with a first 4 progression through to the A final, and the rest will have a B final. So more 1K racing. I do love watching 1K racing.
Well, that's right, Pete. The guys in lane 7 are assembling on the line now. A couple of names here to read out. We have Cruz in lane 3 from Northern Beaches Secondary. That's comprised of Kobe Reeves, Adam Yates, Jack Groves and Levi Williams, coxed by Jet Crawford and coached by Kieran Kabelke. In lane 4 from Darramarlin is Tom Sherlock Hemming, Joachim Aishan, Matthew Philp, my apologies, and George Bowditch, and coxed by William Poles. And they are coached by Hayden Scott. In lane 5 from Hunter Valley Grammar School is Tristan Moffat, Jack Wills, Will Stedman, and Sash Studdy, coxed by Alex Dodd and coached by Nicholas Minch and Austin Bond. In lane 6 from Redlands is Julius Keller, Luca Solgard, Miska Barak, Tom Reeves, coxed by Scarlett Major, and coached by Joshua Johnson. And finally, from Marist College, Canberra, is a crew of Maximus Hasty, Joshua Coates, Charles Carter, James Templeton, and coxed by Roland Carter. And if you turn your attention now to the live stream, at the moment you can see that the first heat crews are assembling on the line. They're just shy of the 1,000 metres. Our starting officials are going to have their hands full this afternoon just trying to herd some cats on the start line, so to speak, Pete. It is tough, particularly in the afternoon when the wind is tipped to pick up a little bit over the afternoon, but certainly at the moment our scullers and our quad scullers are being treated to some fairly flat and easy conditions. And it's a lovely sunny afternoon out here in Penrith, so it's great to have you with us here in person or online for the New South Wales Schoolboy Head of the River.
It does look like the starter's doing quite a good job. And Michael, again, we see some very good coaching staff here, and I know I noticed the name Austin Bond. Now, Austin, I believe, came second, my apologies, in the state championships under 16 single in 2011, I believe. And that was
Well, that is some niche knowledge if I've ever seen it, Pete.
Second place to Jesse Guilfoyle, who was a bowman rower back in the day, and third place, I couldn't tell you, but a fantastic pedigree there from him, as well as a whole range of these coaches here in this Schoolboy Year 9 second Cox Quad race. And as they are underway, it is hard to tell who's in the lead, but
that's right. Well, looked as though Marist College Canberra, Pete, got away fairly well. But though that said, it does tend to look like that. The crew on the closest to the camera does tend to look fairly quick out of the blocks. But this is 1K racing. This is a bit higher octane. You would think that the guys are going to maintain a higher rate of striking. They've got less time to manoeuvre, and they've got to assert themselves in that top 4 group who will progress through to the A final in race 24, that is, and the rest will progress through to the B final, and that's for race 23.
Yeah, Michael, and as you said, it will be the top 4 here. It looks like in the lead.
Look, Pete, I think it's Marist College Canberra.
I think it might be Marist College Canberra. It looks like either Marist College Canberra or... No, it's too hard to tell at this point, Michael.
Well, Peter, I will stand corrected on that. It's Northern Beaches Secondary first with the 500 metre mark, followed by Darramarlin, Marist College, and then by Redlands. And the field is tight at this point. That is the order in which those first 4 crews will progress. It's some 12 seconds back to Hunter Valley Grammar. So, Peter, at this point of the race, it does look as though our top 4 crews will progress through to the final, relatively unchallenged by Lane 5, Hunter Valley Grammar School at this point.
Yeah, 500 metres to go and a margin of 12.15 seconds. So
it's a tall order.
It's going to be a hard one to come back to. But yeah, it looks like, as you said, some good rowing there on the screen we can see. And these Cox quads are quite difficult. It's quite a heavy boat. With the addition of the weight of the coxswain, it's quite a difficult boat to row down. So 1 kilometre racing is probably more suited for these races.
That's right, Pete. These are all boys in year 9 in school, and so they've got plenty of learning ahead of them in the tough sport of rowing. You can see just on your screen now is that Lane 3 crew from Northern Beaches Secondary, coached by Kieran Kabelke. That's a crew of Reeves, Yates, Groves and Williams. And they are going toe-to-toe now with, that is Lane 4, that crew from Darramarlin in Canberra.
Yeah, good little tussle here on the line. It will be,
does look as though Northern Beaches Secondary is going to hold on to the lead.
And 5, and pushed there by Lane 7 to an extent, Marist College. And they will be a similar length behind, about little under a length there, Marist College. So quite a close heat there. And some good racing for a heat. We do have the final for that race 23, which realistically isn't in too long, but it will be the first 4 progressing through Northern Beaches Secondary.
Redland's going to take that last spot over Hunter Valley Grammar, Pete.
Yep. And just a quick notification here that there isn't a marshal on the back lake. So for athletes that are going through to their race, just a little reminder, don't wait to be marshaled onto your race. There should be a clock there, just maybe usually, what do you reckon, Michael, 12 to 14 minutes before your race start time, start heading on to that marshalling area. Head up to the start, whether it's 1,000 meters or 2 kilometers, but you will not be marshaled through that bridge from the back lake onto the racing lake. So commence your warm up, and then if you can, no shorter, than 10 minutes before your start time, make your way to the start line to be marshaled onto the race once you get to the start line.
That's right, Pete, and a good chance for our young scullers here this afternoon to develop some of those boat park skills. Certainly it's a niche skill to be able to organise yourself and to be able to get on water with ample time to warm up and to get to the race on time. And it's all a matter of planning, isn't it?
It sure is, Michael. And I know me and you have really dropped the ball on that before, and we've learned from that. So it's a chance to have a crack, see what works for you, see what doesn't. Hopefully, get an idea of, as you said, managing that boat park racing etiquette, I believe.
So on the course now is race 8, and that's the second heat of the Schoolboy Year 9 second Coxed Quad Scull. You're right, Pete, that is a mouthful. Try and say that 3 times really fast. But in lane 3, we have a crew from Kinross Wallaroy. Now, I've said this before, and I'll say it again. The guys and girls from Kinross are always strong competitors. They are tough, certainly in Cox Quad Sculls. They know what they're doing, so never write them off. But that's a crew of Hanson, Fuller, Croft and McColl, coached by Zoe Bird. In lane 4 from Radford College is Luo Zaya, Ewan Gregg, Will Pack-Poy and Lachlan Blight, coxed by Izzy Farris. In lane 5 from Canberra Grammar is Aidan Brooks, James Robinson, Callum Bennett and Joe Hiles, coxed by Maddie Hoggart. In lane 6 from Cranbrook is Anthony Tauzik, Max Moylan, Harry Smith and Jarks Wallace, coxed by Oliver Klein. And just to round out our field, from Newcastle Grammar is Vincent Mitteff, Noah Gidley, Gabriel Leichman and Marcus Lumley, coxed by Annabelle Alexander Lacey.
Yeah, and Michael, as you said, the Kinross Wallaroy Sculls, and I do remember racing some of the, I believe it was the Whitehead family from Kinross Wallaroy, I believe. It might have been Whitehead, either way.
I think they might have a boat named after them even, Pete.
I think they might, yeah, but some tough races, and I know Zach Whitehead, believe, did Henley for UTS, and fantastic pedigree there, and usually, as you said, Kinross Wallaroy is a very tough school, and it looks like, Michael, we might have been spot on here as they come out.
Treated to that drone footage, ladies and gentlemen.
It's fantastic.
So if you are joining us on the live stream, do appreciate that awesome footage we have. What a spectacular afternoon down here at the Regatta Centre in Penrith. But look, that is a close race if I've ever seen one.
That's a very close race,
heat.
Michael.
The first 4 will progress to the A final, and the rest will go to the B final. So, Pete, we have a race in our hands.
We do.
I would say that.
I won't pick that one from here, Michael. We're coming into the 500 metre mark. So halfway through the race, and I would say from first to last, there isn't a length in that.
Goodness me, that is close. And we have
That's a close race, Michael. It will, looks like,
Gosh,
Michael,
it's too tight to call.
It looks like Canberra Grammar might just be trailing, but I would say they're probably trailing by about maybe a canvas, half a canvas. So I wouldn't write them off. A big couple of strokes from them, and they'll come right
That's
back
right.
almost
There's not
to the
much
lead.
in it at all.
So
And it looks as though we are seeing a fair amassing of crowds down on the course here from Radford College.
And rightfully so. Yep, go Radford. And looks like they're coming on to cheer their school on, and Michael, I think it's worked. I think it might have worked. It looks like the Radford College crew is just edged out ahead.
That's right, that crew of Radford in lane 4.
And as we said there as well, the Canberra Grammar School crew looks like they've made that canvas up on Cranbrook.
But it's going to be tight. Look, that's Canberra and Cranbrook. are
Cranbrook
going
and
toe for
Cranbrook.
toe.
And then it also looks like Kinross Walleroy has dropped back a little bit. So it's a race now for the last 3 spots.
I tell you what, this is what you want.
This
This is
a
exciting.
fantastic race, Michael. It will be Newcastle Grammar here has edged out ahead a bit as well, but those last 3, and now that's Kinross Walleroy, Canberra Grammar and Cranbrook are going to be racing here. They're going to be racing to make that final spot in the heat. 2 will make it through. 1
Pete,
will miss out.
That's right. Well,
Michael,
Pete, have a
as
go.
they come through, here we go, Michael. Get ready. If you're in the stands, watch this. This will be fantastic. It looks like Kinross Walleroy are holding strong. Cranbrook just trailing behind, maybe a canvas behind there. And it will also look
the
like
Cranbrook guys are throwing the kitchen sink now.
Canberra
They're trying to
Grammar-
catch up.
Canberra Grammar has led. They are just out ahead. The Cranbrook guys, have they caught Kinross Walleroy? They have just.
Can they
But
do
are they
it?
going to do it, Michael? As we're coming through, this will be a photo. Yes, it will just be the Cranbrook School, Michael, followed by Kinross Walleroy. Kinross Walleroy looks like, unfortunately, will just miss out there. Cranbrook coming from what looked like last place there at the 500, Michael, to just edge through.
Well,
as well as a fantastic effort from Canberra Grammar. If you are on the live stream, watch this slow-mo finish. This is what me and Michael were lucky enough to see in the tower, and you will see it now too. Now it will be Radford College winning that race. Congratulations, the Radford guys, and that's probably no small part due to the cheer squad that came down, so good on you guys. And that's the finish we're
close,
looking
wasn't
for.
it? Look at that.
That's, Michael, that's about, what do you reckon, a quarter of a canvas?
Well, that's right. Well, even less than that, but it's a fantastic finish to that race.
That's one of the best heats I've seen in a long time, Michael.
That's right.
Great racing.
So it does look as though it will be Kinross Walleroy that does not progress through to the A final, and what a shame, because that was a stellar performance in any event from all of our crews, and a great race in that second heat of the Schoolboy Year 9 second Coxed Quad Scull.
Yeah, Michael, all of those athletes have something to be proud of. That's good racing. That's why we come out and commentate and watch the sport. Fantastic bit of racing to watch.
And Peter, turning our attention back to the course now, it is race 9 on the course. It's the Schoolboy First 4. So this is an event, a little bit more of a technical event, you might say. It's difficult sometimes to row a 4 well, certainly at a schoolboy level. But on the course now we have crews from Canberra Grammar, St Augustine's and Kinross, and I'll just run through them. From Canberra Grammar is Lachlan Kirkpatrick, Lachlan Byron, Nicholas Fitzgerald and Jack Gardner, coxed by Lily Feeks. And they're coached by Dafford Gwyn Jones and Chris Polichanen. In lane 5 from St Augustine's is Bo Nicholas, Brandon Smith, Oliver St Pierre and Joshua Wilson, coxed by Ben Edwards and coached by Judith Ungamark. In lane 6, to round out a field, is Kinross Walleroy, and that's a crew of Harry Houghton, Nicholas Brown, Charlie Neville and Alec Hoskin, coxed by Lucinda McCartan and coached by Andrew Gannon and Alexandra Cropley.
Yeah, Michael, and as you said, the 4 racing is very interesting. It's somewhere, very obviously somewhere between a pair and an 8, where in an 8 you'll just be ripping as hard as you can and just putting down as much power as you can. In a pair, it's quite a bit of finesse. Now 4's really somewhere in between there, where you do have to have quite a bit of power, quite a bit of strength about you, although you really can't just rip it and get away with it. You've got to have a bit of finesse there. So it's a nice middle ground, and you do have, that would be a straight 4 with the addition of the coxswain. I mean, it's very similar, but just a bit heavier, isn't it, Michael?
But Peter, I must say, lane 5, that's the crew from St Augustine's. They
very well,
are
aren't
putting
they?
on a clinic this afternoon.
That's quite a clinic. They're rowing fantastically. That's very good 4 rowing, Michael. That's really, that one lean back is where they get quite a good bit of speed there, and I won't be surprised if they're winning. They've can't quite see with the angle, but really nice rowing, Michael.
That's right.
Very
and Pete,
impressive.
that crew features Oliver St Pierre. Now, I've called his races a couple of times this season, and he's a young sculler to watch.
He is,
But looks
yeah.
as though he's transferred his abilities over to the sweep ball relatively simply.
Yeah.
And look, St. Augustine's guys have asserted a couple of 2 lengths, Pete, over the rest of the field.
Yeah, the 500 metre mark, and that's a 1,000 metre mark, I believe. But that's a huge, huge credit to Judith Ungermark getting them rowing that well and that together. It's really nice that they reach out, place quite cleanly, and just have one nice cemented lean back together, and it sits up for them really well. Probably just because they're all doing the same thing, Michael. They're really doing that very, very well. And that looks like an open 4 there, Michael. That's
They really are
Schoolboy
rowing
first
above
4.
their station.
But yeah,
Those Augustine's guys.
that's the sort of rowing you'd expect from just an open 4 at Nationals. You'd expect to see something like that. So what a fantastic job from them. The other thing, Michael, is as they come through here, 1250 mark, approaching the 1500, what you'll find especially in these 4s is as the athletes start to get tired, they'll start to slump, they'll start to, bad habits will kick in, and they'll start to do things that they think, let's get this boat moving, but it might not move the boat that well just because the technique starts to fail, and that's where we go from into that niche of the 4 where you've got somewhere between finesse and power. And really, these St. Augustine's guys, and I ramp on about it, but there's just none of that's come in. They're just rowing so cleanly as they come through into the 1500. A time of 5:06, which in a Cox 4 is very good for a Cox 4 heat, and they're doing it quite cleanly as well. Rate, what do you reckon, Michael? 28?
I would say
30?
about that.
Yeah.
But some fantastic footage.
Yeah, great
at the
footage
moment
as well.
in our from our drone operators, and so thank you very much to Bont Rowing for providing those. For facilitating our facilities this afternoon. And the St. Augustine's guys, you can just see from that aerial perspective, really are putting on a clinic for us this afternoon. They have maintained their lead by about a boat length over crews from Canberra Grammar and Kinross Walleroy. And the Canberra guys, similarly, are rowing to a high standard. It's a good race, but the Canberra guys just looks as though they're just being outclassed, out-muscled, perhaps, by that crew from St. Augustine's.
Yeah, and we talked, Michael, in the last race about Kinross Walleroy and their strength in the sport. And I think in the last few years, especially the St. Augustine's guys, very much are almost taking over that mantle, as they really have quite a clean program there where they're rowing very, very well. A lot of the athletes, and quite strong guys as well, big, strong guys, and you can see there as they come through the grandstand, Michael, exactly as we were saying, really clean rowing, especially for a schoolboy.
That's right, Pete. That's
4.
awesome. I wouldn't want to face them in the final. So St. Augustine's are going to win. This is the Schoolboy first 4.
It's on a 650 very good for a schoolboy Cox 4.
I'd take that back, Pete. That was the final.
Oh, yeah, that was the final. Sorry, Mike.
I'm happy to stand corrected on that one.
We're so used to watching heats. Well, no, we've both done that one. That's our bad. Well, the final, the winners, St. Augustine's.
That's right.
Well deserved, Michael.
Deserved at that. And that's a time of 6:50 unofficially. That 10 seconds of a margin to Canberra Grammar in the silver medal position. And third place will go to Kinross Walleroy for that bronze medal position. So congratulations to our medalists this afternoon from St. Augustine's, Canberra Grammar and Kinross Walleroy respectively. It was a fantastic race to watch. It really was a great display of rowing. So congratulations to those guys. And Pete, it looks as though we have another final in our hands now in race 10. It's the Schoolboy Year 10 double scull. It's a straight final. We have in lane 2 from Northern Beaches Secondary, Dion Hansen and Oscar Shield Gamborg, and they're coached by Kieran Kabelke. In lane 3 from Cranbrook is Jasper Dawson Damer and William Wright. In lane 4 from St. Augustine's is Archie Faflin and Liam Kilpatrick. In lane 5 from Penrith High is Damien Wang and Tanish Patil. In lane 6 from Newcastle Grammar is Alexander McDougall and Caelan Routley. In lane 7 from Radford College is George Stanier and Oliver O'Teverell Williams. And just to round out the field, in lane 8 from Kinross Walleroy is Jackson Wilkin and Fletcher Smith, coached by Benjamin Watt and Thomas Joseph. Now, Peter, unless I'm mistaken, it does look as though we have an outlying crew. And I think it's the crew from Newcastle Grammar. It's Alexander McDougall and Caelan Routley, I believe.
And Michael, it's funny you say that. I believe you're right there. I think it is. But it's funny you do say that because I was just about to say both those names, Alexander McDougall and Caelan Routley.
We have seen them around this season.
We've seen them around this season, and they look like they're really progressing very, very well. So it looks like here they are. They will be the outliers from the looks of things.
Many lengths in front.
Yeah. And both these athletes have been rowing so well this season.
And just you turn your attention to the drone footage,
you
can see what utter domination of the field that they're exerting.
Fantastic, isn't it? Yeah. Good on them. That's great to watch. But yeah, Michael, both these athletes, really watch out for these guys. They'll come through and they'll.
That's right. Remember the names: McDougall
and Routley, coached by Amos Noon. And so that's the Newcastle Grammar combination. Very impressive from both these guys, and they've both done very well in the skiff. And it looks like they're rowing together very well there in the corner of our Bont Rowing live stream. And they've really got the rate of striking up quite high, and this is, I believe, the final here. Race 10.
That's right, Pete. This one's for the silverware, and McDougall and Routley are putting on a clinic this afternoon, as we saw in that final with the St. Augustine's guys come over the line in that 4 race in the Schoolboy first 4. But this is the Year 10 double scull, and Routley and McDougall are in Year 10, and they're putting on a fantastic display of sculling for us this afternoon. They have asserted a monumental lead over the remainder of the field.
Yeah. Yep, and they're not backing off as well. They're really going for it. So they do look like, if you look in the top left corner of your live stream there, we've got both of these athletes rowing along, and they're big athletes as well. So really great to see that they can hold their own in the double as well.
Just looking at those angles, Pete, on the live stream. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are joining us on the live stream, do make note of that some really tidy rowing from McDougall and Routley from Newcastle Grammar. And that's kudos to Amos Noon and the coaching staff down there in Newcastle. A fantastic display so far in this race.
Yeah, Michael, and it will look like second place will be, at this point, Dion Hansen and Oscar Shield-Gamborg. But really very difficult to keep up with these two. And this is Year 10, Michael, as well. A Year 10 double. Really racing above their age here, as the St. Augustine's guys were in the 4 earlier. They're really doing a great job as they come through into the last 100 metres. Not taking their foot off the gas either. A rate of about 34 here, 35, just ticking along, making it look easy.
Fantastic display. Looks like McDougall is just boosting the rate there as we look at that bird's eye view on the live stream.
Yep, and they will come through the last few strokes. It will be Alexander McDougall and Caelan Routley. Great bit of rowing there, guys.
They are taking the silverware back to Newcastle with them this evening. Congratulations, boys. It's a stellar race.
7:19. Great bit of racing.
And Northern Beaches secondary representatives Hansen and Shield-Gamborg are going to take out the silver medal in the Schoolboy Year 10 double scull. Does look as though, Pete, we might have a race in our hands for that bronze medal position just back in the field. That's a competition now between lane 4, St. Augustine's of Faflin and Kilpatrick, and lane 3, that's Cranbrook's Dawson Damer and Will Wright. It does look as though the Cranbrook guys have just lifted their rate now and are throwing everything at them just to cement that 3rd place, that bronze medal position. So it will be Cranbrook in the dying stages just to lock that in.
Cranbrook, good bit of racing from those lads there. So that will be Cranbrook in 3rd. And finalising the field here, lane 5, and that will be the crew of Penrith High. That's Damien Wang and Tainish Patil. So congratulations to those guys. Well raced.
And ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to turn your attention now to the grandstand, to the podium, we are going to have our first presentation of the afternoon, and it is for the Schoolboy First Four. In third place, representing the Kinross Wallaroi School, that's the crew of Harry Houghton, Nicholas Brown, Charlie Neville, and Alec Hoskin. And they are coxed by Lucinda McCartan. And in second place, the silver medal recipients, Canberra Grammar, Lachlan Kirkpatrick, Lachlan Byron, Nicholas Fitzgerald, Jack Gardner, and coxed by Lily Feeks. And our gold medalists and winners of the Schoolboy First Four, St. Augustine's College, Bo Nicholas, Brandon Smith, Oliver St. Pierre, Josh Wilson, and their cox is Ben Edwards. So ladies and gentlemen, do congratulate our medalists of the Championship Schoolboy First Four. So Pete, we are going to have another presentation in a moment for the Schoolboy Year 10 Double Scull. And then we are going to have a couple of minutes break, about 10 minutes, until race 11, which is the Schoolboy Year 10 Single Scull Final. So do stick around for that and pay close attention to the live stream, because that one's for the silverware as well. And ladies and gentlemen, I'd just like to take the opportunity to impress upon you our COVID-safe reminders for the afternoon. Please do not congregate in large groups around the regatta centre this afternoon. We do want to make sure that all our competitors and spectators are safe this afternoon. And it is a delightful afternoon here at the regatta centre, so we would appreciate your cooperation in that respect. And ladies and gentlemen, we will have our presentation for race 10. That's the Schoolboy Year 10 Double Scull. So in third place and recipients of our bronze medal this afternoon, Cranbrook, And they're represented by Jasper Dawson-Damer and William Wright. In second place, representing Northern Beaches Secondary, Dion Hansen and Oscar Schiel-Gamborg. Our winners and gold medalists this afternoon of the Schoolboy Year 10 Double Scull, Newcastle Grammar. And they are represented by Alexander McDougall and Kaylin Routley. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists this afternoon. Thanks, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us again after that short recess. We are going to turn our attention very shortly to race 11. Now, this is the final of the Schoolboy Year 10 single scull. It's race 11 on your program this afternoon. We are going to be treated to what looks like it'll be a star-studded lineup. We have got a full field, 9 scullers.
We do, yes.
So do get down to the grandstand and watch this one. Just to run through some of the names just before we get underway. In lane 1 from Camaragal High is Lachlan Fraser. Lane 2 from Maris College, Jesse Rosen. Lane 3 from Newcastle Grammar, Patrick Stanley. Lane 4 from Aloysius is Zach McPherson. Lane 5 from Northern Beaches Secondary, Zane McGregor. Lane 6 from St Augustine's is Joe Lynch. Lane 7 from Cranbrook is Callum Dunn. In lane 8 from Fort Street is Connor Greenwood. And in lane 9 to round out the field from Penrith High is Alex Vella. Now, Pete, we did see these guys race not that long ago.
Yes.
So there will be some lactic acid on the course this afternoon.
They will.
The question remains, how will they handle it? How will our scullers handle it? It is a tough ask to back up a 2-kilometre single scull race. You and I have done that time and time again. So we know how it is, and it really will be a question of fitness. Does look as though we have a scratching from Cranbrook's Callum Dunn in lane 7, which is a shame.
As well as lane 8 there, Connor Greenwood looks like hasn't showed up to the start line. So from Joe Lynch, there is a 2-lane gap onto Alex Vella, who was the final entrant into the final. He just made it through on the quickest time progression. And they're away, and Alex Vella has actually had quite a good start there, as has Joe Lynch. Joe Lynch is aware that it's the final, so he's going for it. But we also had Zane McGregor, who coached by Kieran Kabelke, who we should watch out for, as he had quite a good race earlier in the day, didn't he?
That's right, Pete. So we have Lynch and McGregor in lane 6 and 5, who will be the ones to watch, you would think. Those are our fastest qualifiers. Those guys are all from the northern beaches of Sydney, you would think. Yep. And in addition to Zach McPherson, my apologies, from St Aloysius. So lanes 4, 5 and 6, McPherson, McGregor and Lynch, you would think are in a, if I was a betting man, Pete, I would put some money on those guys performing well. But that's not to right. Look, it's a final, Pete. Anything can happen. We did speak about
And Michael, it looks like we don't have the times up there, but it looks like it might be Joe Lynch who was leading, and it looked like Lachlan Fraser and Jesse Rosen are close behind Michael, coached by Judith Ungmark and Dick Courtney. But Joe Lynch, coached also by Judith Ungermark, was leading that, and so it looks like him taking it a bit easier in the heats there has paid off for him.
Well, that's right, Pete. And Joe Lynch is looking very comfortable out there in first place at this point, and it does appear as though he's exerted about a length on the rest of the field. He's looking good in that. Again, I can't tell if it's a Wintec or a Filippi, but
I'm putting my money on a Wintec here. Might be wrong, but yeah, those stripes are very similar, aren't they?
That's right. Well, Joe Lynch looking good. Rating about 30, you would think, Pete?
Yeah, about 30, and it looked like he, as we said earlier, he did take it a bit easier in the heat, and that was probably a directive from the very experienced coach Judith Ungermark, and a directive that looked like he paid off, and it looks like Joe Lynch is coming here to capitalise on his race that he just missed out on at State Champs, race 159. If you want to go back and watch that from young Joe, fantastic bit of racing from him, a real nail biter. But as he comes through here, Joe Lynch will have the lead, approaching the 1500. It is a Wintec. We called it there, Michael.
That's a Wintec.
We called it. That's
right.
a Wintec if I've ever seen one.
And fantastic images, Pete. All thanks to Bont Rowing on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. If you're joining us on the live stream, you will just make out the drops of rain glistening in the afternoon sun here in Penrith. If you're in the grandstand, you will see that the water is nice and flat.
Yeah.
The rain perhaps flattening out any kind of turbulence for our athletes this afternoon. It is spectacular conditions as our athletes enter the final stages of the race. Joe Lynch crossing the 1500 metre mark in a time of 5:57, closely followed by Jesse Rosen from Marist College, Canberra, and then by Lachlan Fraser from Camareagle High.
Yeah, it's funny you say that, Michael. I'd say this is probably some of the best conditions for rowing, where it rains ever so slightly, so you do get that very flat water, which is absolutely fantastic. And then it's not heavy rain, so you're not uncomfortable, and realistically when you're out there rowing, you don't really notice it when it's at this level. So probably the best conditions we can actually think up of. But coming into the last 250 now, Joe Lynch, he will be leading this race.
He's looking good, Pete, and he's raised his rate of striking ever so slightly, just to
cement his place there.
That's right.
Good on him. Great bit of racing. And as we come into the 7-minute mark of this race, Joe will pass the 250 to go. He'll approach the 100-metre mark, labelled there by the red boys. Once you see the red boys, you've got 100 metres left. And that's when it's time to go. But Michael, will Joe Lynch here be pressured by the...
I think he might be under a bit of pressure, Pete.
And that will be from Marist College, Jesse Rosen.
And I think
Jesse
these
Rosen
two young guys went head-to-head state champs.
I think they might have, and I think, Michael, unfortunately, I think Jesse Rosen might have just rode through Joe. And will it happen again? Joe has noticed, Joe has gone. Some great racing again, Michael.
It's close.
It is close. I think Joe is just going to keep it. He is. He will just hold on in the dying stages, in the final stages of this race. It will be Joe Lynch, and he will get Jesse Rosen. Jesse Rosen just missing out there. So great work, Joe.
Third place is a bit of a battle as well.
Third place is a battle. It will be lane 1, I believe.
It'll go to Lachlan Fraser.
Yeah,
that's
Lachlan
right.
Fraser.
Followed by Patrick Stanley.
Just missing out on the silverware, but great bit of racing.
And also, just to round out our field, we've got in lane 4 from St. Aloysius, Zach McPherson crossing the line, followed by lane 5, McGregor from Northern Beaches Secondary. And to complete our field, we will have from Penrith High in lane 9, Alex Vella, who is entering the final stages of the race now. So, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to Alex Vella, who is just finishing his race there. Great race, Alex. Young man from Penrith High, coached by Daniel Waddell and Jason Waddell, and Victoria Trevitt. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's it for the Schoolboy Year 10 single scull. That was the final. It was won unofficially in a time of 7 minutes 55 seconds by Joe Lynch of St. Augustine's College. A couple of seconds back to Jesse Rosen from Marist College, Canberra in the silver medal position. And to round out our minor placings, to round out our major placings, I should say, from Camaragal High's Lachlan Fraser. So that was 1, 2, and 3, our bronze, silver, and gold recipients for this afternoon.
Yeah, Michael, a fantastic race to watch, the Year 10 Schoolboy single scull, and that time, I believe it was 7:55, wasn't it? That's a
good time for
a very good time. Very good time. My Year 10 Schoolboy single scull race back in 2011, Michael, was in a time of 9 minutes and 8 seconds, as I'm looking at it now. So better than I did back in the day, back in 2011 when I came out in my dad's HT Kingswood. So great bit of racing from these guys as they come through 7:55.
Well, that's right, Pete. Well, you could learn something. You could pick up a thing or two from
young Joe.
That's right. Anyway, look, we're going to turn our attention back to the course. It's race 12. It's a final. So this is for the silverware. It's the Schoolboy second quad scull. We saw some fantastic racing early on. We didn't. My apologies. That was the 4.
That was the 4. Yes.
So over 2,000 metres, we have crews in lane 1 from Cranbrook, lane 2 from Marist College, lane 3 from Canberra Grammar, lane 4 from Radford College, lane 5 from Marist College, lane 6 from Redlands, lane 7 from Cranbrook, lane 8 Hunter Valley Grammar, and lane 9 from Kinross.
And some good racing here as well, Michael. It does seem quite close. It looks like it will be the school there in Radford, I believe, Radford or Canberra, that will be just out in the lead.
It looks though it could be Radford in lane 4.
Yeah.
I do see a range of Radford College supporters amassing by the barriers down there near the 1750. So good on you guys. Cheer the Radford College guys home. And yes, Pete, we have received confirmation. Radford College first with the 1,500 metres.
Yeah, and again, you see in these younger years, it is the cleaner looking crews that will just come ahead. A lot of the schoolboys here will be a similar size, but you'll see this Radford College quad really looking very nice as they have that one lean back, and in the quad not a big lean back, quite shallow, but they're looking really nice as they come through this last 50 metres.
That's right, Pete, and it will be Radford College who will win the gold medal in the Schoolboy second quad scull. Closely followed in the silver medal position, Canberra Grammar, and it'll be close, but it'll be Marist College. Marist College Canberra in lane 5 to take out that bronze medal position, followed by Cranbrook, Kinross, Redlands. And so look, it's a fairly high quality race, Pete, to have that many close finishers, a couple of seconds only between them. So it's a fantastic event, the Schoolboys second Cox Quad Scull. And we do have Hunter Valley Grammar. That's the crew of Gelder, Eastwell, Chadwick and Cousins crossing the line now. And to round out our field, we will have the Marist College 3 crew. That's Nicholas Davies, Charlie Penrose, Hugo Blacker and Caleb Lloyd. Coxed by Fletcher Fifield. And they will complete this Schoolboy second quad scull final.
And we now move our attention to the podium of the Schoolboy Year 10 single scull. And in third place, Lachlan Fraser, coached by Judith Ungermark. In second place, Jesse Rosen, coached by Dick Courtney. And in first place, and the winner of the Schoolboy Year 10 Single Scull, Joe Lynch, coached by Judith Ungermark. Congratulations, lads, and a good race.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will have another presentation in just a moment for race 12, the Schoolboy second quad scull. But for the moment, do turn your attention now back to the course for race 13, which is the Schoolboy first quad scull. Now the race is entering the final stages, and it does look as though it's the crew in lane 2 from Radford College who are out in front and exerting lead of the remainder of the pack. But just to quickly run through the field, we have in lane 2 Radford, lane 3 Darramarlin, lane 4 Redlands, lane 5 Morris College Canberra, lane 6 Cranbrook, lane 7 Hunter Valley Grammar, and lane 8 Newcastle Grammar.
Yeah, Michael, and as you said, Radford College there looking really dominant in this race as they come through, approaching the last 100 metres with a pretty high rate. Looks like they're around the 33, 34 mark.
Could be even higher than that,
Could
Pete.
be even higher, yeah. In this Cox quad, which is quite hard to get the rate up. So great bit of racing, over 2 kilometres as well. So fantastic effort from these lads.
Well, that's right, Pete. Radford College really flexing their muscles in this, the quad sculls. That's the first and second quads that they will win. So congratulations to Radford College. They will win the Schoolboy first quad scull. They will be followed by Redlands in lane 4 for silver medal, and Hunter Valley Grammar in lane 7 will take out that bronze medal position. Fourth place will go to Morris College Canberra. Fifth place will go to Cranbrook, just crossing the line now. And in lane 3, that's the crew from Darramarlin. They're going toe-to-toe with lane 8, Newcastle Grammar, and it's close, but it will be Newcastle Grammar to take out that 6th position over Darramarlin.
And the first 3 crews looking really, really pleased with themselves in that race. So fantastic bit of racing from those guys, and congratulations on the medals and some tough racing.
And Pete, we are going to turn our attention just to read out the names of the competitors for the final of the Schoolboy Year 9 single scull just before we go to our next presentation. Race 14 is a final. In lane 2 from Redlands is Lachlan Collier, coached by Gabrielle O'Sullivan. In lane 3 from St Augustine's is Jesse O'Connor, coached by Justin Brown and Dan Samus. In lane 4, Canberra Grammar, Jonathan Lamsey, coached by Ben Daniel and Luca Hihai. In lane 5 is the Hill Sports High, that's Isaac Fanua, coached by Daniel and Jason Waddell. In lane 6 is Maverick Anderson, coached by Kieran Kabelki. And we just have a scratching from Joachim Ashen from Darramalan. So race 14, the final of the Schoolboy Year 9 single scull, is over 1,000 metres. And so we've discussed it. It is a skill, that 1,000 metre racing. It stings, that's for sure. It's too early to say at this point.
Yeah, Michael, it really does. It's almost harder than the 2K racing a lot of the time, that 1K racing. But yeah, as you said, it looks like it is quite hard to tell, but it looks like it will be, I believe, the Hills Sports High there in the lead. I might be wrong on that one, but Isaac Fanua.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to interrupt race 14 just to go back to our presentation for race 12, which is the Schoolboy second quad scull. In lane 3, and recipients of a bronze medal, Marist College, Canberra. That's the crew of William Davies, Michael Keating, Jack Miller, Riley Chufley, and Cox by Tom Penrose. In second place and silver medalists, Canberra Grammar. That's a crew of Felix Brighton Knight, Joseph Wiggum, David Goyser, William Robson, and Cox by Eva Newham. Our winners and gold medalists, Radford College. They are represented by Campbell Kruger, Charlie Stewart, Harrison Lonsdale, Christopher Bush, and Cox by Issy Farris. Congratulations, boys, and please congratulate all of our medalists, ladies and gentlemen. And Pete, we will present race 13 in just a moment, but we are going to turn our attention back to race 14, the final of the Schoolboy Year 9 single scull, and I think you might be right. It's lane 5. It's Isaac Fanua, representing the Hill Sports High, in the lead.
Yeah, great. It's a great bit of racing there. He's really got a decent lead. He's got the rate up.
Fantastic lead, yeah.
Got the rate up quite a bit there, and he looks like the last 3 behind him there will be the scullers from Redlands, St Augustine's, and Canberra Grammar, and they will be trailing by quite a few lengths, really. So as we come through the 3-minute 30-second mark of this race, and as the young man from Hills Sports High comes into the last 100 metres, he will have a lead. In the Year 9 single scull, Year 9, quite a young age, and this young man looks like he's absolutely dominating this race, and you should be very happy with it as he comes through the last couple of strokes. And coached by the Waddells, I assume, a lot of the time down there at Nepean, as he does have the Nepean blades also.
That's right, Pete.
Will come into the last 5 or so strokes of this race. In the lead, it will be lane 5, Isaac Fanua.
That's right, and congratulations, Isaac. That's a great victory. And he'll be closely followed by lane 3. That's Jesse O'Connor from St Augustine's. And then for third place, it's just going to be a battle between lane 2, Redlands, Lachlan Collier, and lane 4, Jonathan Lamsey from Canberra Grammar. It does look as though it's lane 2, Lachlan Collier, lifting towards the line there and making sure he cements that victory in third place.
Really going for it, yeah, really doing a great job there. Lane 2. Yeah, Lachlan Collier, a great bit of a push to the line there. And finally, lane 4 will be Canberra Grammar, Jonathan Lamsey. Well done, guys. And Michael, just before this medal presentation, we turn our attention to the Schoolboy Year 9 double scull. This is race 15 in lane 3. We have Oliver Fitch du Perez and Henry Smith. Lane 4, we have Levi Williams and Jack Groves. In lane 5, we have McCanley Hazard, my apologies, and Zane Zachnick Smith. And in lane 6, Gabriel Lushman and Marcus Lumley.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to turn your attention back to the racecourse. We are just going to see the remainder of race 15 over the line.
And
it's going to be lane 6, Pete.
It will be lane 6, yeah. Fantastic job from lane 6. Gabriel Leishman and Marcus Lumley, coached by John Ryan. They will have quite a commanding lead here in the Year 9 double scull.
And look, it's another one for the silverware, Pete. It's a convincing victory by Leishman and Lumley from Newcastle Grammar. Congratulations, boys. You are the gold medalists for this afternoon.
And silver medalist looks like it's going to be St. Augustine's here, Michael, and it will be a fight for bronze. So congratulations to these two young St. Augustine's boys. That will be the young guys coached by Justin Brown and Daniel Samus. So great work from these two young men.
Oh, here we go.
And the fight for bronze, Michael.
It's really on. We've had a couple of breakages here.
Looks like a small crab, and it will.
Oh dear, oh dear.
They were fighting there to the line, and there was a small crab there by lane 3. That's the Morris College crew. And it will be lane 4 to take out that win.
So, ladies and gentlemen, after that riveting finish, we will turn our attention back to the podium for the presentation of the Schoolboy First Quad Scull in race 13. In third place and recipients of bronze medals, Hunter Valley Grammar. That crew is represented by Nicholas Melmoth, Benjamin Hudson, Zink Bosco, and Cooper Blatchley. And they are coxed by Neve Gerety. In second place and recipients of silver medals, Redlands. Redlands are represented by Finn Woodward, Harley van der Pume, Alexander Verscore, and Alexander Holthewer, coxed by Charlotte Morrison. Gold medalists and winners of the Schoolboy First Quad Scull, Radford College. Radford are represented by Ethan Toscan, Angus Walker, Sam Roberts, and William Gregory, and coxed by Ben Heatley. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists for the Schoolboy First Quad Scull. So ladies and gentlemen, race 16 is the next course to come down this afternoon. That's scheduled to commence at 4:25, so we do have a short recess. But in the meantime, we'll present the winners for races 14 and 15. That's the Schoolboy Year 9 single scull and the Schoolboy Year 9 double scull. Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention back again once more to the medal presentations for race 14 now in the Schoolboy Year 9 single scull. In third place from Redlands, Lachlan Collier. Our winner and gold medal recipient from the Hills Sports High, Isaac Fonua. Congratulations, Isaac. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists for the Schoolboy Year 9 single scull.
And we now turn our attention to the Schoolboy Year 9 double skull medal presentation. In third place, Northern Beaches Secondary, Levi Williams and Jack Groves. In second place, St. Augustine's, McKinley Hazard and Zane Zachnick Smith. And in first place, we have Newcastle Grammar, Gabriel Leishman and Marcus Lumley. Congratulations to all medalists and athletes. And we now turn our attention to the course where we have the Schoolboy Year 8 third Cox Quad Skull, and it looks like in the lead we have lane 4. Now that will be Canberra Grammar, and they'll have a pretty convincing they'll have a pretty convincing 2-length lead as they come through this final 50-meter mark, and they will take this race out. This will be the final race 16. Great work there from the guys from Canberra Grammar, and they will be followed. It will be a tight race there, but I believe second place looks like at this point it'll be lane 6. It will be a tussle for the line though. So lane 6, that's Northern Beaches Secondary, will just take out second place, followed by the crew from Kinross Wallaroy in third.
That's right, Pete. It is a close race there, but it was the crew.
That was Canberra Grammar there leading.
That's right, it was Canberra Grammar.
And then will look like in fourth place we will have what I believe is Marist College
yes,
there.
that's right.
Yep. And it looks like lane 7 there, Newcastle Grammar will take 5th place there. Yep, thank you, Michael. And it will be lane 2 taking 6th place. That's Radford College.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have race 17 lining up on the course. Now it's the Schoolboy Year 8 second Cox Quad Skull. And so this is a final, so this is for the silver again. I'll just run through the names of our competitors this afternoon. So in lane 2 is Marist College. That's Thomas Coles, Ryan Williams, Griffin Leitch and Brodie Davis, coxed by Austin Benny. In lane 3 from Hunter Valley Grammar is Oliver McGavin, Harrison Galea, Kjuan Stamboli and Vaughan Henderson, coxed by Jack Stewart. In lane 4 representing Northern Beaches Secondary, Guy Ormond, Joel Kemmers, Ted Thompson and Ted Webber, coxed by Remy Brousseau-Hogan. In lane 5 from Cranbrook is Toby Lane, Edward Williams, Riley Feenstra, Marley Mason and Jai Rastogi. In lane 6 from Kinross Wallaroi, Lachlan DeVries, Oliver Krause, Benjamin Maslin and William Mumford, coxed by Finley Mason. In lane 7, also from Canberra Grammar, Cameron Schmidt, Willem Highhere, Alexander Gardner, Archie Vag, and Victor Nee is the cox of that crew. And to round out the field is Redlands in lane 8. That's the crew of Louis Abrams, Philip Feller, Billy Livingston, and Thomas Whitney, coxed by Nicholas Tebbett. And the boys are underway in race 17. It's a race over 1,000 metres, Pete. It's a straight final. So we aren't going to see the guys throw the kitchen sink at this race this afternoon.
Yeah, and
tight to call at this point, obviously.
It is quite tight to call. And some of those names that you were saying earlier on, we have seen around. I think we saw them at States in the Sydney Regatta there. So some names that have been around, even in this Year 8 Cox Quad Skull throughout the season. So it should be a very good one to watch this one. We've, as you said, yeah, it is probably too tight to call at this stage, but it looks like coming into the first little bit, it might be lane 2 there, maybe lane 3. So that would be Kinross Wallaroi. And we have talked about Kinross Wallaroi before, and they're quite a dominant force in the school scene. But we'll see coming through the first bit. It looks like it'll be a tussle there for Kinross Wallaroi and Newcastle Grammar. My apologies, Northern Beaches Secondary. My apologies, Michael, getting the races mixed up there. It will be a tussle between Hunter Valley Grammar and what looks like
Canberra Grammar in lane 7 there.
Yeah. So Canberra Grammar just edging out in front in this first minute and a half.
Some fantastic footage there, Pete, on the live stream.
Yep, and that drone footage is a fantastic bit of kit, and a fantastic addition to this Schoolboy quad. Sorry.
All thanks to Bont Rowing this afternoon, of course. Pete, they're coming through the 500 metres now. It's Canberra Grammar in first place, closely followed by Hunter Valley Grammar. Third medal position right now is Northern Beaches Secondary, but Pete, it's less than a second back to Redlands. And look, anything can happen in these 1,000 metre races, but we'll just wait and see. But certainly, at the moment, the guys from Canberra Grammar, that's the crew of Cameron Schmidt, Willem Highhere, Alexander Gardner and Archie Vag, coxed by Victor Nee. They are in the lead, and look.
And they're extending that lead
that's
as well,
right,
Michael,
that's
which
right.
is another thing. So if it was holding it, it would be a different story. But because they're extending, it's sort of okay to be a bit confident that they might maintain the lead. But yeah, great bit of rowing here from this young crew, Canberra Grammar. And Archie Vag, we've seen him around. We saw him at States, I believe.
I think we've seen his sister around.
Yeah.
She's that's Madeline, I think, and I think she's
correct. Yes.
I think she's been selected in the ACT Women's Youth 8, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, there you go. That's quite an impressive feat, Mike. So
that's right. So some
the
rowing
interstate
pedigree in
regatta.
that family.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah.
But look, for the moment, it is her brother Archie in the commanding position of this race, a Schoolboy Year 8 second Cox Quad Skull. And look, they will, short of a disaster, take out this race. They are under a little bit of pressure from the crew of Hunter Valley Grammar. That's McGavin, Galea, Stamboli and Henderson.
They are, yep, but it does at this point look like they'll maintain it. The last 50 metres
Pete, we've got a race on for third on our hands by the looks of things. Redlands
Yes, we
in
do, yes.
lane 8 is going toe-to-toe with Northern Beaches Secondary in lane 4, and it's tight to call at this point. I think Northern Beaches Secondary have just got their noses in front. Canberra Grammar will win.
Canberra Grammar will win, and it will be about a canvas, I believe, to lane.
It's close.
Yep, lane 4, then a canvas back will be lane 8. Very close, 1.28 of a second.
So, Pete, we've got Canberra Grammar in an unofficial time of 3 minutes 52 seconds, followed by Hunter Valley Grammar in second place, followed by Northern Beaches Secondary in third. We are just getting some slow-mo footage of our victors crossing the line there, so some fantastic work on the live stream, thanks to Bont Rowing this afternoon.
And it looked a little bit like there might have been a crab there in lane 8 or something in that final stroke as we look onto our Bont Rowing live stream. Looks like 3-seat lurching forward just before stroke seat. So
perhaps just a little bit of washout.
A little bit of a washout there, I think. Some complications, but great bit of racing, and it will be Hunter Valley Grammar, followed by Canberra Grammar, followed by Kinross Wallaroi. No, my apologies. That is for the next race, race 18 through the 500-metre mark. So Hunter Valley Grammar, now that is the young crew of Jack Tarrant, Lachlan Davies, McKinley Dooley, and Luke Pureide. Now that's coxed by Jesse Kelso. And pretty commandingly there, they're coming out in this 500-metre mark. They've got a good length. We can see from that length and a half from that great drone footage as they come through the grandstand.
That's right, Pete, and they look like they're being well supported. This is the final, the Schoolboy Year 8 first Cox Quad Skull. So again, this is another one for the silverware. Hunter Valley Grammar in the lead, you would think. Close to call for second place. Pete, you can look on the live stream. It's very close for second place. There's less than a canvas in it. It's the crew on the far side, and that's the crew from Marist College, I believe, in lane 2.
And these young guys from Hunter Valley Grammar are really jacking the rate up. They're not going to let anyone take it from them, are they? They're really going for it in this last couple of metres. They've grabbed the water out really nicely, good bit of length, and they will take out this Schoolboy Year 8 first Cox Quad Skull race.
It'll be Kinross Wallaroi, Pete, in second place, and so they came through well in the last couple of 100 metres. And third place goes to Canberra Grammar in lane 2, followed by Redlands and Radford College, respectively. So congratulations to all our medalists there. So Hunter Valley Grammar in the gold medal position, followed by Kinross Wallaroi and Canberra Grammar.
Yeah, Michael, and the St. Augustine's crew still coming down, but it looks like they might be rowing bow pair, so I wonder whether they've had a breakage or something's happened further down the course. So that'll be interesting to see as a fish jumps up in front of them. But we'll see as they come through. Hopefully everyone's okay in that crew.
And Pete, you'll just note across the course now we are seeing a little bit of wind. I think it's a bit swirly at the moment, but it might be a cross breeze coming from the northern side to the southern side of the bank. Yes, certainly we would hope that there would be no injury or damage seriously done in that St. Augustine's crew, and a shame that breakage should occur in the final. So commiserations to that crew from St. Augustine's. They do look as though they've had a breakage, or perhaps they've lost an oar. Pete, that's Miles Nicholas in 3-seat, who looks as though he's lost an oar.
It does, doesn't it?
So that's a crew of Jay Taylor, Miles Nicholas, Xavier Byrne and Zane Carter. coxed by Eduardo Briones. And they are
Yes,
coached
he
by
has.
Dan Samus and Tormund Ungermark.
Yeah, so very upsetting for them. That would definitely be an upset. But yes, he has lost an oar. I wonder whether that's in the boat somewhere or someone's picked that up. Oh, yep, there you go. It is in the boat. Hopefully not a breakage, just a something minor, we hope. But luckily, it looks like everyone's okay, and that's the important thing.
Well, good on you, Ghosts and Augustines.
Yep, great, St. Augustine's. Good work, and that's a real show of these young lads to still row down, still row the course. You know, it's a great show of sportsmanship and effort from these guys. So disappointing for them, but great work.
And ladies and gentlemen, we will have our presentation for race 18. That's a Schoolboy Year 8 First Cox Quad Scull in just a moment, but I will take the opportunity just to flag that we have race 19, which is the Schoolboy Year 10 First 8, lining up down at the 2,000 metre starting blocks. And so that'll be one to watch. Obviously, the 8 is the fastest moving boat we have in rowing, and so do get keen for that race. That'll be contested by Canberra Grammar, Radford College, St. Augustine's and Kinross. And so we'll get to that in just a moment. And some fantastic footage, Pete, that we have on the live stream, all thanks to Bont Rowing.
Yeah, Michael, that drone is a great addition to the Rowing New South Wales fleet, and it does a very good job with these regattas. So really good, really positive to see this live stream kicking off, and that would be in the wake of a lot of the COVID stuff. But tell you what, it is a silver lining, I'd say, Michael, isn't it?
Well, that's right, and fantastic. If you're joining us online this afternoon on the live stream, we are going to have a presentation very shortly for race 18. You will see the crews assembling themselves on the pontoon to be presented by Rowing New South Wales Chief Executive Officer Margot Harley in just a short moment's time. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will present our medalists for race 18. This is the Schoolboy Year 8 First Coxed Quad Scull. So in third place, and recipients of bronze medals, Canberra Grammar. They are represented by Ethan Murphy, Harry Bodman, Harrison Braithwaite and Alistair Bridgewater, and coxed by Timothy Robson. In second place, and silver medalists, Kinross Walleroy, represented by Lachlan Watts, Tom Day, Oliver Smith, and Oscar Cleary, coxed by Henry Baker. Congratulations to Kinross. And our victors and 2021 champions, Hunter Valley Grammar. That crew is comprised of Jack Tarrant, Lachlan Davies, McKinley Dooley, Luke Purdy, and coxed by Jesse Kelso. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists for the Schoolboy Year 8 First Coxed Quad Scull. So Pete, just following on from our presentation race 18, we will come back to presentations in a moment. But on the course now is race 19. Pete, it's the final of the Schoolboy Year 10 First 8. And so this is a tightly contested race. In lane 3, we have Canberra Grammar, and they are represented by Edward J., Josh Steinman, Tom Farinazzo, William Hawkins, Jamie Beauregard, Al Muhammad Bader, Cash Kazakov, Flynn Russell, and coxed by Jack McDonald. And that crew is coached by Edwin Hugh Thompson and Ben Johnson. In lane 4 from Radford College, we have George Stainer, Jan Weber, Curtis Garrett, Connor Jacopino, Oliver Fox, Hunter Jolly, Hamish Roberts, and Jake Skeeman Rogers, coxed by Heath Shaw. And they're coxed by Charles Gill and Michael McCormack. In lane 3 from St Augustine's is Cody Murphy, Joe Lynch, Tane Potts, Cody Carney, Oscar St Pierre, Tom McGee, and Jacob Hickey, and Dougal McKenzie, coxed by Lachlan King. And in lane 6 to finish the field is Kinross Wallaroy School. That's comprised of Zachary Arnott, Henry Malloy, Willow Carter, Harry Maslin, Magnus Cleary, Fletcher Smith, Ethan Shaw, and William Chamberlain, and they're coxed by Taylor Hobbs. And so, Pete, the race is nearing the 1,000 metres, I believe. And in the lead, it is the crew of St Augustine's. And we saw that coming through the 500 metre mark, my apologies. And they'll be a strong crew. We've seen some of that St Augustine's crew dominate in other events this afternoon, the likes of Oscar St Pierre and Joe Lynch, and they'll be strong contributors to this St Augustine's 8.
Yeah, Tom McGee as well has. All of those athletes have been doing a lot this season. We see them a lot this season, entered there by the Unga marks a lot of the time for St Augustine's. So very positive to see that we've got a good group of young guys in this St Augustine's squad that are entering in a lot of club and school races. So hopefully that will be the future of the sport there. Very much a lot of these guys are ones to watch out for, and they do train over there at Mossman, I believe, and do some good work there with some of the club guys.
So, Pete, I will flag. We did have the 2021 AA GPS Head of the River this morning. The school Year 10 First 8. Now, that was won by St Ignatius in a time of 6 minutes and 8 seconds. So, it will be interesting to see how this St Augustine's crew and the Kinross Wallaroy School stack up in terms of time. That was early this morning, and conditions have changed somewhat. We have a whisper of wind on the course this afternoon. But nevertheless, it will be interesting to see how the race progresses. Looking across to St Augustine's, they are looking very comfortable. I think it might be Joe Lynch in the stroke seat. People, I can't quite make it out from this far away. We are getting some fantastic footage on the drone. That's the crew of St Augustine's in the green and gold out in front, closely followed by the crew from Kinross Wallaroy.
And I would assume, Michael, that good-looking 4 that came down the other couple of races before would probably be slotted into this 8, which would also show us probably why this is quite a dominant crew here, this St Augustine's crew, as that 4 did have a great bit of technical prowess to them. They came down in the Cox 4, I believe it was the Year 10 Cox 4 race.
Well, I couldn't agree more, Pete, but do spare a thought. These are guys who are backing up successive races. You know, we have perhaps 3 or perhaps 4 races for some of these athletes this afternoon. So it's no small feat to back it up. Successive 2,000 metre racing is a physically exerting effort. So do spare a thought for our schoolboys this afternoon who are putting on a fine display of rhyme.
Yeah, right, you are. We do have Joe Lynch in this boat. He did the scull, he did the heat final, and then this 8 race. He won the final. And so 3 races in the space of about 2 hours is a huge physical effort. A big bit of racing to back up. So very impressive here from this St Augustine's crew as they come through into the last 100 metres of this race. They will have the lead. by about a length of Clearwater here. And they'll be followed along by the Kinross Wallaroy 8.
That's right, Pete. The distinctive colours of the blue and dark blue in Kinross. But it will be the St. Augustine's crew who is too strong, and they will take out the Schoolboy Year 10 First 8. And the silver medal will go to Kinross. And it looks as though it'll be the crew from Canberra Grammar in third place. So unofficially, Pete, that race was won in a time of 6 minutes and 29 seconds. Peter, I will draw your attention back now to the race course this afternoon. It's race 20 coming down at the Regatta Centre, the Savo. It's the final of the Schoolboy Single Scull. So, look, this is one of the key races of the afternoon. It's going to be contested by 9 athletes, so we have a full field this afternoon. As far as I'm aware, there are no scratchings. So, to run through the crews, the race is underway. They're about halfway. But in lane 1 from Radford College, we have Oliver Bailey. In lane 2 from Northern Beaches Secondary is Lewis Mills. In lane 3 from Redlands is Vinkes Lapinkas. In lane 4 from St. Augustine's is Kyle Brown. In lane 5 from Knox is Gabriel Carmody. In lane 6 from McCarthy Catholic is Liam Taylor. In lane 7 from Penrith Anglican is Hugh Harold. In lane 8 from Mossman High is Evan Lloyd. And in lane 9 from Mossman Rowing Club is Callum Fairbairn.
Yeah, Michael, and we saw these heats earlier in the day, and there are some absolutely great athletes in this race. So I think really ones to watch out for would be Gabriel Carmody, coached by Brendan Logman, as we were saying, was an old Penrith Cup member for Western Australia. Kyle Brown, Vinkes Lapinski was doing a great job also, and Oliver Bailey, I believe, was doing quite well. So a really, really competitive field. The Ungermark's coaching here as well. Lindsay Callahan as well. Really great athletes, great coaches to watch. So we'll see how this race plays out.
Ladies and gentlemen, we just want to take this opportunity to remind you to return your bow numbers to Boat Shed 1, just in the boat park. We are running into a bit of a deficit, so please do help out our officials this afternoon by returning your bow numbers promptly to Boat Shed 1.
And now, Michael, looking at race 20 here, as they come through the 1500, there is a dominating leader, and I'm just trying to figure out whether that is Liam Taylor or Gabriel Carmody. It is someone in the middle of the field. I believe it's going to be Liam Taylor. Yep, 5:55 through the 1500. Liam Taylor will have a lead of a few lengths, and then very close for the minor placing. So very close. Gabriel Carmody was next, 0.17 of a second in front of Hugh Harold, and then 1.16 of a second there is Carl Brown. So really, really close racing. We'll see how this one ends up, but it will be Liam Taylor out ahead with a dominating lead coming into the last 500.
Well, that's right, but you would think it'll be Liam Taylor, short of a disaster. He's looking very strong, and it'll take a special effort for any of our scullers now to overtake him. But we do have a race in our hands for that second place and also that third place. So Hugh Harold, Kyle Brown, and I think it might be Lewis Mills.
Yeah, I think you're right there, Michael. So that'll be great coming in from the grandstand. We'll see a very, very good good bit of racing there for the minor placings. But it will be Liam Taylor. He will maintain this lead, I assume, as it is quite a commanding one. We see from that great drone footage, sponsored by Bont Rowing there.
Some sweeping shots now across to the far side of the bank. I think it is, just trying to make out who our scullers are.
Yep, it looks like, I believe it'll be Hugh Harold there in lane 7. And then I will guess Carl Carmody and
Carl Brown and Gabriel Carmody, that's right.
Yep, that's the one.
But in any case, Liam Taylor, Pete, he's looking good as he does so. He's going to come across and win the Schoolboy single scull final.
Yeah,
and he's going to duck under 8 minutes as well. So well done to Liam Taylor.
And that's St. Augustine's. What a push from St. Augustine's. Great lane 4, St. Augustine's. That's well deserved. That's Carl Brown. He will take second place with a heroic push in the last 100. Now, that was Evan Lloyd. My apologies. I believe that is Hugh Harold. Yep, Hugh Harold. And so those final placings, Liam Taylor, Carl Brown, Hugh Harold, and Gabriel Carmody. And a close bit of racing, but 7:55, Michael. What a time for that unofficial time for the Schoolboy single final.
Ladies and gentlemen, just as we have the remaining competitors in the Schoolboy single scull cross the line, please divert your attention just to the podium. We are going to present the Schoolboy Year 10 First 8. In third place from Canberra Grammar, Edward J, Josh Steinman, Tom Farinazzo, William Hawkins, Jamie Beauregard, Al Mohamed Bader, Cash Kazakov, Flynn Russell, and they are coxed by Jack McDonald. Congratulations to Canberra Grammar. In second place, and silver medalists, Kinross Walleroy. And they are represented by Zachary Annett, Henry Malloy, Willow Carter, Harry Maslin, Magnus Cleary, Fletcher Smith, Ethan Shaw, and William Chamberlain. And their cox, Taylor Hobbs. Congratulations, Kinross. And our winners and gold medalists for the Schoolboy Year 10 First 8 St. Augustine's. And they're represented by Cody Murphy, Joe Lynch, Tane Potts, Cody Carney, Oscar St. Pierre, Tom McGee, Jacob Hickey, Dougal McKenzie, and their cox is Lachlan King. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists for the Schoolboy Year 10 First 8.
And Michael, with the conclusion of that presentation, we now move to race 21, the Schoolboy Double Skull. In lane 2, we have Kinross Walleroy, Archie Lammett, and William Crawford. In lane 3, St. Augustine, Tom Faflin and Alex Baum. In lane 4, Northern Beaches Secondary, Malarkey Morris and Connor Goulding. In lane 5, Canberra Grammar, Christopher Ryan and Hugh Andrew. In lane 6, Radford College, Matthew Wang and Thomas Gennaro. In lane 7, Mossman High, Evan Lloyd and Callum Fairbairn.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention once more to the podium. We are now going to present race 16, and that's the Schoolboy Year 8 third coxed quad skull. In third place and recipients of bronze medals, Kinross Walleroy, represented by Charlie Hall, Henry Hunt, Mitchell Coleman, and Nicholas Tancred. And their cox is Max Blair. In second place and silver medalist representing Northern Beaches Secondary, Reuben Cooper, Julian Lemaitre, Matthew Hussey, and Yell Spiker. And their cox is Jet Crawford. Winners and gold medalists from Canberra Grammar, Darcy Bush, Tom Bonancia, Nicholas Platus, and Lucas McLean. And that crew is coxed by William Warboys. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists this afternoon.
Thanks, Michael. And I will draw our attention to the Schoolboy Double Skull. And that we do have a race in our hands here between St. Augustine's and Canberra Grammar. Now, Canberra Grammar does look like they have a little bit of a lead. No, sorry, that's swapped around and is now St. Augustine. So St. Augustine's have had a big push there because it was Canberra Grammar about a quarter of a length ahead.
Really lifting their rate now, aren't they, St. Augustine's?
They are. St. Augustine's have seen the danger and they've capitalised. They've gone for it. And they will take it from Canberra Grammar.
Fantastic lift there from St. Augustine's. That's the crew of Tom Faflin and Alex Bohm.
Yep.
Coached by Judith Ungermark. So they will win. That's a gold medal position and closely followed by lane 5. That's Canberra Grammar's Christopher Ryan and Hugh Andrew.
Yeah, and I do have to say here, Michael, that these St. Augustine's scullers are doing a fantastic job today. Most of the races they are in, they are leading, and that will third place be Radford College, I believe. That would be lane 6.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to present the medals for the winners of race 20. This is the Schoolboy single scull final. In lane 7 and third place, representing Penrith Anglican, Hugh Harold. In second place, representing St. Augustine's College, Kyle Brown. And our gold medalist this afternoon from McCarthy Catholic, Liam Taylor. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists for the Schoolboy single scull. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have another presentation now. In just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to present the winners for race 17. It's the Schoolboy Year 8 second Cox Quad Scull. In third place, representing Northern Beaches Secondary, Guy Ormond, Joel Kemmers, Ted Thompson, Ted Webber, and Remy Brousseau-Hogan. And in first place, and gold medalists, Canberra Grammar. And that crew is represented by Cameron Schmid, Willem Herhier, Alexander Gardner, and Archie Vag. And their cox is Victor Nee. Congratulations, boys. And ladies and gentlemen, just to turn your attention back to the course, we do have on the lake race 22. It's the Schoolboy Year 9 third Cox Quad Scull, and this race is contested by Radford College, Kinross Bolaroy, another crew from Radford College, Northern Beaches Secondary, Marist College Canberra, and Redlands. It does look as though it's the crew from Northern Beaches Secondary, if I'm not mistaken, in the lead. And that's the crew of Harrison Burke, William Robertson, Harry Coddington and James Dodd. And they really have opened up a commanding lead over the remainder of the field here. And short of a disaster, they will take out this final of the Schoolboy Year 9 Third Cox Quad Scull. This crew is coached by Kieran Kabelki and Tash Richardson. And they're just aided by a whisper of wind as they enter the final stages of the race. In lane 5, it will be the crew from Northern Beaches Secondary. But we do have a race in our hands, Pete, for second place.
Yeah, we sure do, Michael. It looks like it will be Kinross Walleroy.
They're really throwing the kitchen sink now.
Going for it, yep. And Kinross Walleroy will take that out just slightly ahead of lane 4 there.
And to round out that field is lane 6, Marist College Canberra, Redlands, and followed by Radford College in lane 2.
Yep, and in the dying stages there, lane 4 just catching a small crab there, so they've had a little bit of an oil malfunction.
Ladies and gentlemen, please once again redirect your attention to the podium. We are going to present race 21, the Schoolboy Double Scull. In lane 3, representing Radford College, and recipients of bronze medals, Matthew Wang and Thomas Gennaro. In second place, and silver medalists, Canberra Grammar. And they are represented by Christopher Ryan and Hugh Andrew. Our gold medalists for this afternoon for the Schoolboy Double Scull is St Augustine's. And they are represented by Tom Faflin and Alex Bohm. Congratulations, boys. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have another presentation in just a moment for race 22. But for the moment, you will note on our live stream that we have a couple of 1,000 metre races being assembled on the start line. And that's races 23 and 24, the B and A final respectively, for the Schoolboy Year 9 Second Cox Quad Scull. And so race 23, the B final, will be contested by two crews. That's Newcastle Grammar in lane 4. That's Vincent Mitef, Noah Gidley, Gabriel Leishman, Marcus Lumley. and coxed by Annabelle Alexander Lacey. And in lane 5 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Tristan Moffat, Jack Wills, Will Stedman and Sash Studdy, coxed by Alex Dodd. And so they'll be getting underway, my apologies, in just a moment. And we will turn our attention back to the presentations momentarily. But we do hope you're enjoying your afternoon here at the Regatta Centre. Spectators and athletes alike are being treated to fairly pristine conditions, Pete. We are seeing a whisper of wind just lick across the course over perhaps the last 250 metres, and small, I suppose, whispers of wind as you look down towards the start line from the grandstand. But all in all, it's a fantastic afternoon and some fantastic drone footage we have available thanks to Bont Rowing. You can see the school marquees set up on the hill. And what a world-class facility we do have at our disposal here in Penrith this afternoon.
Yeah, world-class facility. A great day for rowing as well. We do, as you said, Michael, see the Bont Rowing live stream. That drone footage is fantastic. We see some of the crowd running alongside for it now. But we do also see, Michael, tomorrow we've got the school girl head of the river, and the weather is looking a little bit more grim for that. So we are very blessed that we've got this one on the Saturday. So very lucky for the schoolboys, and the schoolgirls less so, unfortunately.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to present the medals for race 22. This is the Year 9 third Cox Quad Scull. In third place, but not here to collect their medals unfortunately, was Marist College, and they were represented by James Harrix, Xavier Robbins, Jonas Bailey and William Chules, coxed by Mitchell Wadey. In second place, and silver medalist representing Radford College, Angus Scott, Noah Vosen, Marcus Ward, and Marley Cowell Buchanan. And that crew was coxed by Matilda Chapman. In first place and winners of the Year 9 third Cox Quad Scull, Kinross Walleroy. And that crew was represented by Oliver Smith, Jack Lane, Clancy Lawler, and Harrison Hazelton, coxed by Angus Peterson. Congratulations to our medalists. And ladies and gentlemen, we've just had race 23 just finish. Then that was the B final of the Schoolboy Year 9 second Cox Quad Scull. It was won by Newcastle Grammar. That was a crew of Vincent Metef, Noah Gidley, Gabriel Leichman and Marcus Lumley, coxed by Annabelle Alexander Lacey. And in second place was a crew of Hunter Valley Grammar, and that was Tristan Moffat, Jack Wills, Will Stedman and Sash Studdy, coxed by Alex Dodd. But Pete, we do have now on the course race 24. And this is the A final. This is for the silverware, the Year 9 second Cox Quad Scull.
Yep, and it looks like a close one here, Michael, doesn't it?
Well, that's right, Pete. We've got 8 crews contesting this race. In lane 1 from Redlands, lane 2 from Cranbrook, lane 3 from Darramarlin, lane 4 is Radford College, lane 5 Northern Beaches Secondary, lane 6 Canberra Grammar, lane 7 Marist College, and lane 8 Kinross.
At the moment, it looks like Northern Beach is secondary to me.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Might be wrong there as we
Although
come through the last 250.
Marist College, Canberra look as though they could be pressing up, as does, it could be Darramarlin, Pete, in lane 3.
It could be, yep. It's quite a close one. I think you're right about Marist College there. They look like they're having a good go at the title.
It's going to be close.
Yes, it will be close. Lane 3, lane 5 and lane 7, I'd say, are going to be fighting for this one.
Oh, it's going to be close.
It is
going down to the wire, Pete.
It is a close one.
I love it when this happens.
This is my favourite part of the day, Michael, but it will be Northern Beaches Secondary leading into this final 100 metres.
Although Darramarlin's coming up.
Darramarlin is coming up, and they will push them. They will push this crew. They are not going to let them take it easily, are they? But it will be Northern Beaches Secondary coming into the first section. Will they get overtaken? It looks like they're just going to retain that lead. And Northern Beaches Secondary will take out the A final of the Schoolboy Year 9 second Cox Quad Scull.
And what a fantastic
and
race.
A fantastic race. Very close there between lane 4 and lane 6. Now, that was Radford College and Canberra Grammar. A great bit of racing, and the replay we have on the screen here, our Bont rowing replay, will be the winners at Northern Beaches Secondary College will win this race around half a length, little under half a length ahead of second place, which has been Darramarlin.
Pete, looks like we've had a breakage from lane 8 Kinross Walleroy.
I know we have. Oh, he's rowing sweep. Good on him. Absolute weapon. What a champion. That is some great racing. This is our second oar breakage, isn't it, Michael?
That's right. We've been a bit unlucky with the oar breakages this afternoon, so condolences there to Kinross Walleroy. But the winners of that race, Northern Beaches Secondary, a silver medal goes to Darramarlin, and in third place, Marist College. Ladies and gentlemen, we have another A final, well, a first race coming down now. It's the Year 9 First Cox Quad Scull. It's contested, it's a full field this afternoon. In lane 1 from Canberra Grammar, Riley Sheldon, Harry Budd, Magnus Trenter, and Dylan Outram, coxed by Jack Frizzell. Lane 2 from Redlands, Alfie Leach, Ethan Beggs, Nicholas Lilebert, and Aria Gaypallard, coxed by Fletcher Logan. In lane 3 from Darren Milan, Bradley Patmore, Ben Rickard, Patrick Edwards, and Eddie Marks, coached by Ryan Mitchell. In lane 4 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Luke Purdy, Lachlan Foster, Max Blatchley, and Hayden Williamson, coxed by Amelia Dennis. In lane 5 from Marist College, Sam Martin, Robbie Hansen, Benjamin Cusack, and Austin Benny, coxed by Logan Thomas. In lane 6, representing Cranbrook, Jack Stone, Alexander Murdoch, Ludovico De Ferrari, and Theodore Walsh, coxed by Tom Gloucester. In lane 7 is Kinross Walleroy, and they are represented by Hugh Gordon, Callum Brown, George Wakeham, and Campbell Miller, coxed by Matthew Davis. In lane 8 is St Augustine, represented by Aidan Hanney, McKinley Hazard, Zane Zachnick Smick, and Jesse O'Connor, coxed by Ryder Taylor. And to round out our field in lane 9 is Radford College. They are represented by Joshua Orr, Finley Robinson, Rowan White, and Hamish Gaydon, coxed by Stuart Ward. And now, Peter, it is a full field, as we've noted, but from what I can see, it looks like as though it could be Radford College, closest to us on the grandstand side in lane 9. That's Orr, Robinson, White, and Gaydon.
That's 9 now, bleeding maroon there, and Radford College, you are right, Michael. It looks like they're going to lead. And you know what I will say about the Radford College school at the moment is their cheer squad is fantastic. They've got a good bit of hype there, the Radford College.
Fantastic passion on display.
Yep, it is, and as they come down to the barriers there, cheer on their Year 9 First Cox Quad. It will be Radford College leading, I believe. Maybe they're pushed by, I believe,
St
lane
Augustine's.
4, they're Hunter Valley Grammar or St Augustine's. It will be Hunter Valley Grammar pushing them. Is it going to be Radford or Hunter Valley Grammar as we come through the last 100 metres?
Oh, Peter's going down to the wire.
It
I
is
wouldn't
going
want to
down
call
the
this
wire.
one.
I think it's just going to be Hunter Valley Grammar in the last bit, and then Hunter Valley Grammar then also is pushed by lane 3, which is...
That's Darren Marlin.
Darren Marlin, yep.
Oh, Peter,
Darren
it's going to be
Marlin.
close. We're going down to the wire, stroke
And
for
will
stroke.
it be Darren Marlin, or will it be Radford College? It will be Darren Marlin. So first will be Hunter Valley Grammar, then Darren Marlin, then Radford College.
But
and
it's very close for the remainder of the field.
remainder
Goodness
of the field,
me.
I'm not going to call that. There's a photo finish there, 0.81, 1.14, 1.70. A very, very close bit of racing, Michael. The largest margin there is 2.12, and that's
Fantastic
saying
racing.
something, isn't
Fantastic
it?
racing in the Year 9 First Cox Quad Scull. And looks like we might have had a breakage.
I know, Michael. This is the third breakage of the day, fourth breakage of the day, I think.
It could be. I think that's the crew from Canberra Grammar, sadly, in lane 1. Oh, it could be Cranbrook. My apologies.
Yeah, that does look like the Cranbrook Zooty. And if we look at the Bont Rowing replay, we can see
It was close, wasn't it?
very close. Even, I would say the first 3 were probably the largest spacings in the race. But even that first 3 is very close. There's a canvas between each crew, and then we come to the minor placings
Less
there.
than a canvas in that one.
A canvas, yep. And look at this, Michael, this last little bit of finishes. And we've got a photo finish here for these final placings. It looks like it will just be lane 7, I believe. Yep, Kinross Walleroy will just take it out from the looks of things. Yep. That is a close bit of racing.
And commiserations go to Cranbrook there. That's a tough breakage. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to move back to presentations in just a moment, but just before we do that, please do turn your attention to race 26 on the course now. It's the Schoolboy Year 8 Single Scull Final. So this is a race contested over 1,000 metres. We have representatives in lane 3 from Canberra Grammar. It's Benjamin Sherrard. In lane 4 from Northern Beaches Secondary is Chase McLean. In lane 5 from Newcastle Grammar, Elliot Collins. In lane 6 from St Augustine's is Jason Cow. And in lane 7, rounding out our field from Hunter Valley, is Jack Stewart. Looks as though at the moment it's Jason Cow from St Augustine's, and he's exerted a fairly dominant lead, I would think, over the remainder of the field at this stage of the race. It's over 1,000 metres, so it's difficult to make up that deficit once a lead has been established, but it does look as though Jason Cow will retain the lead at this point. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to see a bit of a challenge coming here from lane 3. That's Benjamin Sherrard from Canberra Grammar. He is pressing up against Cow of St Augustine's, and I'm not sure if he'll have enough to take it out from him, but he certainly cemented himself in the silver medal position at this stage. He is, however, lifting his rate as he presses up on the St Augustine's sculler and puts a length over Chase McLean from Northern Beaches Secondary. So it will be from St Augustine's, Jason Cow in first place, followed by Canberra Grammar's Benjamin Sherrard and Chase McLean from Northern Beaches Secondary in third place. Newcastle Grammar, Elliot Collins sadly just misses out on a medal position there, but a great race to watch. And we have Jack Stewart, also from Hunter Valley, rounding out the competitors. He's just entering the final stages of the race at this point. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to turn your attention once more to the podium, we are going to present the Year 9 Second Cox Quad Scull. We don't have a medal presentation for Marist College, but they did retain a bronze medal. That was a crew of Maximus Hasty, Joshua Coates, Charles Carter and James Templeton. In second place is a crew from Redlands, represented by Julius Keller, Luca Solgaard, Miska Barak, and Tom Reeves, coxed by Scarlett Major. In first place, and gold medal recipients, Dara Marlin. And that crew is represented by Tom Sherlock Hemming, Joachim Aishan, Matthew Philp, and George Bowditch. And that crew is coxed by William Poles. Congratulations, boys. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have race 27 on the course now, so I'll just divert your attention. It's Sydney Grammar School, I believe, represented by Carter Clifton and Zachary Hyde, who have asserted a major lead over the rest of the field here. And they'll win race 27 over 1,000 metres. Rather convincingly over the remainder of the field. And we have had some kind of complication with, I think it's that crew from Newcastle Grammar, or Northern Beaches Secondary, my apologies. And we have a contest in our hands now for second place between St. Augustine's, Nicholas and Tancred, and the crew from Marist College. That's the crew of Cone, McCain, and Jacoby Skane. And Marist College, Canberra now just crossing the line in third position. Just some steering difficulties by the looks of things from that crew in Northern Beaches Secondary. And we have a crew from Darramarlin as well, Joseph O'Daly and Isaac Harburn. Crossing in fifth place, and to round out our field will be Newcastle Grammar's Connor Elvish and Ronan Brown in lane 3.
Quickly, they're not coming!
Ladies and gentlemen, please do re-divert your attention to the podium. We are going to present race 25, which is the Year 9 First Cox Quad Scull. In third place and bronze medalists from Radford College, Joshua Orr, Finlay Robinson, Rowan White, and Hamish Gaydon. They are coxed by Stuart Ward. In second place and silver medalists, Darramarlin. That crew is represented by Bradley Patmore, Ben Rickard, Patrick Edwards, and Eddie Marks. Their cox is Ryan Mitchell. Ladies and gentlemen, your gold medalists for this afternoon, Hunter Valley Grammar. That crew is represented by Luke Purdy, Lachlan Foster, Max Blatchley, and Hayden Williamson. Their cox, Amelia Dennis. Ladies and gentlemen, do congratulate our medalists in the Year 9 First Cox Quad. And ladies and gentlemen, as we just have a quick recess in the proceedings this afternoon, I just would like to take this opportunity to remind you to return your bow numbers to Boat Shed 1 over at the Rowing New South Wales shed, just so that we can reconcile bow numbers before racing finishes for the afternoon. We do have a couple more events remaining and some exciting racing to happen in just a moment. But as I said, there will be a very short recess before we resume presentations. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation for the Schoolboy Year 8 Single Scull. In third place, and representing Northern Beaches Secondary, Chase McLean. In second place, and representing Canberra Grammar School, Benjamin Sherrard. In first place, and gold medalist, representing the St Augustine's College, Jason Cow. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists. Ladies and gentlemen, we will press on with our presentations. This is for race 27, the Year 8 Double Scull. In third place, and bronze medalist representing Marist College, Canberra, Cone McCann and Jacoby Skene. In second place, and silver medalists representing St Augustine's College, Miles Nicholas and Max Tancred. In first place, and gold medalist representing Grammar, Carter Clifton and Zachary Hyde. Ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation for our medalists in the Year 8 Double Scull.
2, Cox Quads. Anyone waiting over there can come to their start position.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are nearing the end of our program this afternoon, but we have been treated to spectacular conditions out here at the Regatta Centre this afternoon. The wind is just remaining low, which is great for our competitors this afternoon. Out here at the Regatta Centre, we do tend to have the wind whip up in the afternoon, but that certainly hasn't been the case. So great conditions for our final couple of events. Race 28 is at the starting blocks now for a 2,000 metre race. It's the Year 10 second Coxed Quad. We have a fairly full field here, so I'll just read out some names. We have in lane 1 from Canberra Grammar, Gian Bonancia, Oliver Chisholm, Jack Higgins and Liam Pinson. Their cox is Xavier Hayward. In lane 2 from Hunter Valley is William Apps, Patrick Knight, Hamish Coates and Angus Cobain. Their cox is Moira Geraghty. In lane 3 from Canberra Grammar is Josh Steinman, Tom Farinazzo, Al Muhammad Bader and Edward J. And their cox is Joshua Heyman. In lane 4 from Maris College, Canberra is Owen Atkinson, Sean McCann, Jonah Penrose and David Birch, cox by Tom Penrose. In lane 5 from Darramarlin is Alec Milbank, Tom Russell, Callum Fenwick and Joel Bird, cox by Ethan Petroni. In lane 6 from Redlands, Angus McLaughlin, Ethan McFarlane, Locke Wilding and William Natalai, coxed by Jamie Gold. In lane 7 from Radford College, Aidan Roberts, Curtis Garrett, Jan Webber, Connor Jacopino and Pippa Humphreys is their cox. And finally in lane 8 we have a crew from Northern Beaches Secondary. That's the crew of Owen Balharry, Sam Merry, Dane Ferguson and Oliver Briggs, coxed by Yelly Spiker. We are just waiting, as it would appear, ladies and gentlemen, on our live stream for a final crew just to assemble at the start line. That's the crew of Northern Beaches Secondary. But we're informed that the racing should be underway in just a short moment.
Northern Beaches, please don't stop. Come down to lane 8. 2 minutes, gentlemen. Race 28, lane 1, Canberra Grammar 2, lane 2, Hunter Valley Grammar, lane 3, Canberra Grammar.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get underway in race 28, which is the Schoolboy Year 10 second Cox Quad Skull after a short delay.
Lane 6, Redlands, lane 7, Radford, lane 8, Northern Beaches Secondary. Attention.
And they're underway.
And Michael, race 28. This is the Schoolboy Year 10 second Cox Quad, and it looked like through the 500 it was Radford College. I could be may stand corrected there, but Radford College, that's Aidan Roberts, Curtis Garrett, Jan Weber, and Connor Jacopino, sorry. They will be coming through the 500 leading. It's in time of 2:22 we're at now, and some beautiful footage there with the sun setting over lovely Sydney International Regatta Centre in Penrith. And Michael, coming through the 1,000 now, it looks like it is Radford College, closely followed by Redlands. That's a margin of 0.39. Then we have Canberra Grammar 1 and Canberra Grammar 2, 2.95 and 4.47. So close margins there. The 0.39 between the Radford College crew and the Redlands crew is a great margin. So Radford College and Redlands are right next to each other, right next door. So they're going to be looking at each other. They're going to be aware that each other are there, and that's through the 1,000. So if that maintains through the final 500, we will have a race to watch here.
That's right, Pete. Some fantastic footage. You can see those crews. I think that's the crew in Radford and Redlands in lane 6 and 7 going toe-to-toe at this stage. Unless I'm mistaken, just looks as though Redlands has just got a steering defect to fix up there. A little bit of a steering issue there, yeah. And that might cost them a little bit. They are in the boys now, so there's the other added issue where you can't always hit oars with your boys and maybe catch a crab, have something happen. And it looks like that little steering issue might have cost them just about a canvas. So they'll have their work cut out for them there in this last 250. And it looks like they're capitalising on it quite well. So quite an impressive comeback. That's right, Pete. But you would note if you're looking at the live stream that from the drone footage, it does look as though Radford has just edged their noses in front ever so slightly over the crew from Redlands. And then in third place, it looks as though it's the crew from Canberra Grammar in the bronze medal position right now. But look, it's a fairly sparse race, isn't it, Pete?
It is, yeah.
It's a battle for that gold medal, that's for sure.
It is 0.53 of a second through the 1,500.
Wow.
And I feel like Redlands is coming back there a little bit in these dying stages.
That's
it
right,
looks like
Pete.
They might just have the power there on the Radford College crew. The Radford College crew still leading, but it looks like Redlands might be getting just
it's close.
10 centimetres a stroke, if that 5 centimetres a stroke. Absolutely nothing, but just consistently edging away. So whether they'll come back at them is a different story. You know, it's one thing to get in line, it's another thing to lead. And what do you reckon, Michael?
Fantastic
move.
It looks
like they
Redlands.
might have just had a push there, which just got them ahead. Now I think it's Redlands ahead now.
That's
Michael.
right. Redlands is definitely ahead, and that's a certain push from them, and so they have lunged ahead of that crew from Radford College. But the race is not over yet. There's 250 metres to go. Redlands in the lead, Radford College second, Canberra Grammar in third.
The Redlands and the Radford cheer squad coming down, and cheer on your school because this is a close one, but I think it'll
be
just be Redlands ahead. Whether they're going to hold it, that's a different story. So Redlands in the last 100 metres, they will have the lead. Radford, I assume, will push. Will that push be enough? That's a different story.
Here we go. The boys from Canberra are responding now. They are going stroke for stroke.
They are going stroke for They're going for it, Michael. Both these crews want this, and they're going to really push for it to the line. It will be...
Oh, goodness me. I wouldn't want to pick this one. It's going to be close. They're going stroke for stroke. Radford are responding now.
They are coming back.
We go.
They're coming back. It's going to come down to the
Radford
last stroke.
Is it I can't call that one.
Oh, Michael, I think it was Radford just Radford. 7 minutes, 11 seconds, 0.29. That's the unofficial time, though, Michael. It might change. I'll tell you what, that was a nail-biter, Michael.
Goodness me.
An absolute nail-biter.
And in third place is Canberra Grammar, 11 seconds behind. But goodness me, that's the closest race of the afternoon.
That all came down to the cheer squads, didn't it, Michael?
That's right.
All came down to the cheer squads. That was fantastic. Radford College, Redlands, what a fantastic bit of racing. I'll be excited to see the official result.
That's right.
We're not.
It's too close to call on that one, Pete. We'll leave that one to the judges.
Yeah, the great Owen Nix, he'll know better than us, I think.
Unofficially, race 28 was won by Radford College.
Here's the replay. Have a look at this bunt rolling replay. This is what we saw in the tower, and this is why we got excited. It looks like that last surge.
Oh. Wow, so it was Radford very, very close.
Radford just. What a fantastic bit of racing.
And Pete, they were toe-to-toe the entire way.
They really were, yep. That Redlands crew got ahead for probably the last, I'd say, 200 metres, Michael. And that Radford crew just had that last surge that got them in front.
That was some serious gumption to come back.
That was fantastic, yeah.
Fire in the belly.
Good.
Well
Very
done
impressive.
to those young men from Canberra.
And I would
That's
love...
the crew of Aidan Roberts, Curtis Garrett, Jan Weber and Connor Jacopino, and Cox by Pippa Humphreys. So a stellar effort, and you know, commendation must go to the coxswains in that race to harry their crews over the line.
Yeah, but I do want to see the official time on that, and I'll look it up and let everyone know, because that margin was nothing. That was a bow ball at max. So really a commendation to everyone that raced in that. That was a very good race to watch. Yeah, there's been a little amendment. 0.14 is still an unofficial time, but it looks like it'll be even closer than we thought, Michael. Canberra Grammar, I believe, there, Michael. What do you think? So, Michael, we now come into race 29. Now, this is the Schoolboy Year 10 Coxed Quad Skull, and it looks like it will be Canberra Grammar. They will have a slight lead here. Now, the St. Augustine's crew in lane 2 will be just a little behind the pace.
Got to say though, Pete, the Canberra Grammar guys are looking good. It's going to take something
They are,
special to
yeah.
overpower them here.
Yeah, and I think their main competitors here might be Radford College coming to this final 100 metres, but I think it will be Canberra Grammar. Radford College look like they're going to hold that second place unless they can be pushed here by the St. Augustine's crew. We do know the St. Augustine's guys have been very dominant in this regatta, but for this race, Canberra Grammar doing a fantastic job. So the Canberra Grammar guys really rowing very cleanly in this quad. Good quad rowing, they're sitting up, they're quite shallow with their blades, they're not really disturbing the water much, and that will get them the lead, and they will be
They
followed.
are stoked with it as well.
Yeah, and rightfully so. Good on them. Great work, lads. And lane 6 there, Radford College will be in second place, and St. Augustine's will be pipped there by the Redlands crew in lane 5.
And some outstanding displays of passion from the stands. A great victory there for Canberra Grammar. And that's the crew of William Hawkins, Flynn Russell, Jamie Beauregard and Cash Kazakov, and their cox, Jack McDonald, throwing his arms in the water as they come over the line there. He was stoked with that, wasn't he? And Pete, just finishing off the field in race 29 is a crew from Darramarlin. That's Thomas Kanarski, Rindusu, Nani Yakara, Ben Ricard and Bradley Reichman.
And on the Bont Rowing live stream, we can see one of those BRO officials absolutely hooning back to the start with our fantastic drone footage.
Might have to ask Owen Nix, but I think that might be a Yamaha.
Might be a Yamaha. They start first try.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to the presentation for race 28, the Schoolboy Year 10 Second Coxed Quad Skull. And in lane 3, representing Canberra Grammar, Josh Steinman, Tom Farinazzo, Al Mohammed Badea, and Edward J. And their cox is Josh Heyman. In second place, representing Redlands, Angus McLaughlin, Ethan McFarlane, Locke Wilding, and William Natalai. Their cox is Jamie Gold. And in first place, and winners of the Year 10 second coxed quad scull, Radford College, represented by Aidan Roberts, Curtis Garrett, Jan Weber, and Connor Jacopino. Their cox is Pippa Humphreys. And congratulations to all of our medalists. What a fantastic race. Certainly, Pete, doesn't get much closer than that. That race 28 was won by Radford College with a margin of .114 over Redlands.
One, Michael. That's a close one. A fantastic bit of racing, and Redlands really fighting very well in that one. So great bit of racing, and all those lads deserve to be on the podium today.
That's right,
Michael?
that's right.
And that is why I believe they got rid of the step podium, and rowing was one of the first sports to do that, because it was acknowledged that every athlete on the podium deserves an equal right to, to a claim, and this race shows that, doesn't it?
And so, Pete, we are coming now to the final race on today's program. It is race 30. It is the big one. It is the Schoolboy First 8 event. And so this race is contested over 2,000 metres. And we have crews in lane 2 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Canberra Grammar in lane 3, lane 4 is St Augustine's, lane 5 Radford College, lane 6 is Kinross Walleroy, and lane 7 Newcastle Grammar. So this is a race where the schools will wheel out their big guns and battle it out over 2Ks in the 8. We should be in for a treat. By the looks of things, Pete, it is that strong crew from St Augustine's, and they're looking very well drilled at this point.
Yeah, Michael, a great bit of racing in this Schoolboy First 8, and some great athletes have come before them in this one. I know in previous years we've had athletes like Luke Letcher, the Whitehead, some great athletes that have gone on to do fantastic things. So a tough race historically, and this year will be no different. And it looks like it will be St Augustine's in a time of 3 minutes and 1 second through the K. That's quite a quick time here. They aren't being overly pressured. They've got about 2 lengths to Kinross Walleroy. That's 9.93 seconds. So time of 3 minutes and 1 second with not a huge amount of pressure on them is very impressive. So they're, I'm sure, be aiming for around 6 minutes, hopefully to break 6 minutes, which is very similar to the times recorded by the AAGPS First 8s. So very much a high standard by this very impressive St Augustine's crew.
Oh, really? Oh, it was probably that then. I did it in front of like the Shaw, Ollie, Gabe.
As we turn our attention to the Bont Rowing live stream, we've got two bits of footage of this St Augustine's crew, and they are looking clean. Very similar to the 4 we saw earlier. You can see as they get their blades forward, they just place very nicely, and they're able to really drive through together. It's a very nice bit of rowing there. I assume coached by the Ungermarks here. Yes, Judith Ungermark coaching these guys, who has been coaching the majority of these St Augustine's guys this year, and they have had an absolutely fantastic regatta, Michael. There's only been a handful of times they've been entered and not been in a leading position, and we look like in this race there's not much of a change as the St Augustine's crew come through the 1500 very cleanly. 4 minutes 34 seconds, 17.29 seconds in the lead. Now in an 8, that's a very impressive margin.
That's right, Pete. We're just looking at the drone footage now of that St Augustine's crew coming through. They're looking clean. They're
looking very clean. They're especially, you know, in these school 8s, you usually find they're just at still in the developmental stages of their rowing, but these guys really, it looks like an open 8, doesn't it? It looks like a really impressive open 8. So a very well-drilled 8. And it's a credit to the job that the Ungermarks are doing down there at Mossman with these St Augustine's guys. It's obviously a fantastic program that you can have eight school kids rowing this well together in time. with this much strength.
That's right, and they're looking good, and they've opened up a strong lead. But Pete, it could be that we have a race in our hands for the minor placings.
It does look like it, doesn't it? So St. Augustine's will take this out. They will win the schoolboy single. Now it's second and third.
It's
and they
Radford
indeed
Kinross.
fourth. It will be Radford Kinross. And St. Augustine's will win. They should be pleased with that. That's fantastic. But as we come down, we will turn our attentions to the race between Kinross and Radford. I believe it's Radford now, but Kinross are also being pushed here by Canberra Grammar.
Kinross are lifting, but I think it will be Radford in lane 5
Will be
who will
Radford.
seize that silver medal.
And Kinross will hold on. They will take the bronze ahead of the Canberra Grammar crew in lane 3. So we have first St. Augustine's, second Radford, third Kinross.
Fantastic effort all round from our competitors today, and I think that's Hunter Valley Grammar coming in now in 5th and Newcastle Grammar in 6th. But Pete, what a way to end a quality day of racing. Some outstanding quality of rowing from young schoolboys here. And look, it's the cream of the crop. It's the schoolboy head of the river, and the athletes have really lived up to expectations today. We've had a fantastic afternoon. We do have a couple of presentations to go. That completes the racing for the afternoon, but do look forward to the presentations for the final couple of races. We will move now to the presentation for ladies and gentlemen, we have race 29 on the podium now. It's the Year 10 First Cox Quad Scull. In lane 3, from Redlands, Daniel Chubb, Daniel Close, Matthew Fry, and Patrick Walker, Cox by Sebastian Tang. In lane 2, from Radford College, Oliver Fox, Hamish Roberts, Jake Skeeman Rogers, and Hunter Jolly, coxed by Heath Shaw. Winners and gold medal recipients in the Year 10 Cox Quad Scull, Redlands. My apologies, it's Canberra Grammar. That's a crew represented by William Hawkins, Flynn Russell, Jamie Beauregard, and Cash Kazakov. And their cox is Jack McDonald. And congratulations to all of our medalists in the Year 10 Coxed First Quad Scull. Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention one last time to the podium. We will present race 30, the Schoolboy First 8. And in third place and recipients of bronze medals, Kinross Walleroy. And they are represented by Louis Maxwell, Archie Lamont, Alexander Brown, Sterling Graham, Harry Houghton, Nicholas Brown, Charlie Neville, Alec Hoskin, and coxed by Lucinda McCartan. In second place and recipients of silver medals, Radford College. That crew is comprised of Campbell Kruger, Christopher Bush, Oliver Bailey, Harrison Lonsdale, Angus Walker, Sam Roberts, Ethan Toscan, and William Gregory. And their cox is Ben Heatley. In first place and recipients of the gold medal, St. Augustine's College. That crew is comprised of Oliver Thomas, Kyle Brown, Bo Nicholas, Joe Lynch, Oliver St. Pierre, Brandon Smith, Tom Gerrans, Joshua Wilson, and their cox is Ben Edwards. Ladies and gentlemen, won't you congratulate our medalists for the Schoolboy First 8. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our proceedings for this afternoon at the Schoolboy Head of the River. And what a fantastic afternoon it's been. We've been treated to some fantastic rowing, some great excitement. But I will hand over now to Peter Waldersee, who will read out the point score, the final tally for the point score for the Head of the River. Peter.
Yep, thank you, Michael. So starting in 14th place, tied, we have Camaragal High School, Cranbrook, and Penrith Anglican. And tied in 11th place, we have Grammar, McCarthy Catholic, and the Hills Sports High. In 9th place, we have Marist College. Also in 9th place, tied with 6 points, Darramarlin. In 8th place, with 7 points, Northern Beaches Secondary. Tied for 6th place, with 8 points, we have Newcastle Grammar and Redlands. Tied for 4th place with 11 points, we have Hunter Valley Grammar and Kinross Walleroy. And for the placings, in 3rd place, Radford College. And in 2nd place, Canberra Grammar. And the winner of the New South Wales Schoolboy Head of the River point score for 2021 with 32 points, St. Augustine's.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that formally concludes our program for this afternoon. We do hope to see you out here again tomorrow for the New South Wales Schoolgirl Head of the River, which promises to be another great day. We haven't got as pristine as conditions tomorrow as we did today, Pete, but we'll look forward to it nonetheless. You and I will be up here calling the shots once more. So thank you for your company. Thank you for joining us if you've done so online. But we'll wrap up for this evening and wish you a good evening.
Yep. Thank you very much, Michael. Thank you, everyone, and we'll see you tomorrow for a good day of racing.
Bye for now.
Bye for now.